Hey there, everyone. How you doing today? You having a good time? You having a fun time? Are you having a good fun time? Gem is my name. No one else is the same. For the rest of this ladder climb, Chad, you shall call me Gem. Not Hardleg Gem, not Gemleg Joe, although that does have a bit of a rhyme to it. Just Gem. And if you think that's truly outrageous, good. Even better. Hello, Gem. Thank you, hero. The stream is a gem, I see. Where the heck? There's a fly in this room, chat. I keep hearing it out of just the corner of my ear. It's somewhere around here. I haven't seen it. But as soon as I do, it's getting a whacking. And not a good time. We'll see. We'll see. I'm new here. Well, welcome. If you've seen the videos, the streams are usually a little more chill. Oh, pardon me. They've changed to secret pack. I do not care. No, it's your co-host. Critter's my co-host. What the heck? There's Critter. Huh. There we go. And it's Critter with a K, get it right. It's been a year and I still have to explain it. Gem plays Gem Nights. That's just how Gem be. Gemerald Joe, if you didn't know. $20 whole gems. We use gems to buy gems. That's just the way it is. Oh, and I should get the little thing up here. Maybe I should wait until after, but I should get it set up now. Chad, if you don't want spoilers for how the last ladder climb went, you know, close your eyes or look away from the screen. Aha! Dreaded spoilers! I'll let you know when it comes back. Just keep the audio on. Let's see, we're starting in Diamond 5. We are 0 wins, 0 losses. And I know we had set up a third thing. Oh, yeah. Oops. There we go. And we've got a go first counter, which normally is something we use to keep track of how many coin tosses we win. How are you today? I'm doing pretty good, Glacius. Thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, hello, Eldius. What's the Gem Knight spice? There's not really a whole lot of spice. But yeah, this time the go first counter is going to be doing the opposite thing because we don't want to go first. We have like 0 plays going first, especially with the new ban list. We are the Crystal Gem Knights and we play the cards. We'll always fusion stuff, even though it's really hard. And if you think we won't, you can just suck it. Garnet, Amethyst, and Joe, and a bucket. Avoid where Baguska once slept. Yeah, that was the you know, in the testing, a lot of people were like, hey, you know, you should probably play 1 copy of Baguska in order, in case you go first, you could do that. That's a pretty good thing to stall on. Well, the thing about that is our sleepy boy has been banished to the eternal sleep. Oh, sevens in the chat for Baguska. Good riddance, good, yeah. Baguska, he's one of the few cards, I've said this many times, I'm not much for, like, aesthetics, especially when it comes to cards. I can count the number of decks I wanted to play because of the art on, like, one hand, and I've played dozens of decks. Normally, it's all about the mechanics for me. Baguska is one of the few cards, especially the American version, where it's like, he's just so endearing, he's just a big sleepy guy. No one wants to play into Lunalight post new support with Baguska. Yeah, that and apparently the the way that Ryziel won its games was largely ending on like Detonator, Baguska, and that one card, the Star Liege or whatever, that stops you from targeting any of them. And it's one of those things where it's like, is Baguska the worst, most debilitating floodgate ever? No. But it's best of one, so I prefer when they hit floodgates. This is a great example of a card that is perfectly fine in the TCG and even the OCG, where they play best of three. But in Master Duel, where you can't always have like an out to the untargetable Baguska, yeah, you probably need to ban stuff like this. Now, do I wish they would do the same thing to Appaloosa and Barone and Maxi and about a dozen other cards? Yes, of course. It would be lovely if they applied this same strategy to the rest of the game, but I'll take what I can get. Yeah, they did not do that for Mjolnir. In addition, they limited 3 of the Malice starters. Dormouse to 1, Gold Sark back to 1, Malice and Underground to 1. So they're losing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 one-card starters, which I mean is not, it's not nothing. But like, especially with the Ad Ignister stuff, almost every monster in the deck is a one-card starter. They will limit. Banlist is not into effect yet. Yeah. My poor goatee. It would be cool if you show in a Shadal package. People have been telling me about that. I don't really get the appeal of it. Raigeki to 3 is funny, theoretically. I mean, no one's playing Raigeki at 3, right? Except for maybe Tenpai. Like, I'm not sure what deck plays Raigeki at 3. But they brought Raigeki back to 3. They're bringing all the Yubel stuff back to 3. Which, to be honest, is probably fine. The Yubel deck, it was annoying, but it wasn't around as long as everything else. And I believe the fusion still hit, right? It might be, if for some reason Yubel suddenly gets a huge resurgence, it might change what kind of board breakers we're trying to play. It's at 2? Huh. And they brought Pearly Delicious from 1 to 3. Which again, Pearly, it sucks because Pearly more than anything is one of those decks that like, it just ends on a towers. If you're playing against Pearly, you got to make sure that you pack your anti-towers stuff. So if that gets popular, it's always annoying, especially if it's popular against something that like is going to swarm, where a kaiju or whatever isn't going to be nearly as effective. They finally did something better than the TCG by killing the great evil Baguska. U-Bell with Dweller Band is a lot more difficult to deal with. Master Duel is saved. I'm not playing this month. That's why I like Memento. Towers means nothing. Yeah, you just attack directly. So we'll see. Like, this has the potential to be annoying. This has the potential to be annoying. I'm glad they brought back Sage with Eyes of Blue. It felt like they hit the Blue Eyes deck a bit too hard. Even though that just got hit, it felt like they went in too hard on it. Because, again, you know, there's a lot of decks. There's some people, you know, where if a deck is popular, they hate it. It doesn't matter how good it is or how fun it is or how neat it is to play around. They just hate anything that's powerful. But I always felt like the Blue Eyes deck was pretty fair. You know, it could be a little not overpowered, but there are times they drew hands and it's like, well, there was just nothing I could do against that. But most of the time, they have an understandable game plan where you know what they're going to play and what they can do. And it feels strategic to either try to break their board or to try to stop their go-first combos. And it's the same thing with, like, I feel the same way about Ryzeal. I don't hate Ryzeal. I think Ryzeal seems like a... I think the big thing for me, right, is that, I have a lot of trouble hating game plan decks. Like, if a deck is going to, like, lock you into its thing and then set up, like, a specific end board or a specific, like, couple pieces of toolbox where you could be fairly certain what they're going to do, that's fine. Unless that thing is like, you cannot play the game. The biggest problem with Malice, honestly, is not even like the end board that it sets up, because it doesn't set up like an amazing end board. It's that it sets it up while drawing like 5 cards. So they start with 5, and then they end with like a board that's like an Omni Negate, a Spell Trap Negate, a non-targeting Banish, Battle Protection, and 6 cards in hand. Which could be Maxi, which could be Ash, which could be Dominus Purge, which could be Imperm. First time catching a stream. It's 3 a.m. here. On the other side of the world, I see. Your Pride Punk inspired me to get back into Advance-ish Yu-Gi-Oh! With me buying and planning to play it for Genesis. Nice! Always glad I can bring people some, like, fun and joy to their life. That, and again, it's, you know, and that's another reason, the more generic tools a deck has, the more likely I am to be angry at it. And that's why I think, like, something like Appaloosa needs to be banned. Because there's too many decks that are like, I'll end on this, this, and this, that are, like, unique to my deck, and then also just make an Appaloosa, because it's there. Appo needed to go a year ago, yeah. You'd have to be a master fool to play Master Duel. I'm trying, guys. I've been playing Silk Song, been trying to get people into that. I've still been working on my book, writing The Legend of Lefty. It's like, I still have fun playing Master Duel. It would be nice to be able to take a break, you know. It would be nice if this wasn't, like, the only way I could make money. If I could find, as soon as I could find anything else that does almost as much work, or almost as much money, or gets me any kind of, like, recognition or whatever, I'll probably be like, yeah, I'm going to take a little break from Master Duel for a little bit. I'll still do Masochist or whatever. I don't do feedback all the time because I forget, but it's always good to read. Hey, glad to hear. Part 2 coming out later this month, by the way. Still in editing. Have you tried playing on Omega Ranked? I've played on YGO Pro Ranked back in the day. The problem with that is that, like, especially in that kind of setting, there's a lot of pressure to play new cards that have been announced to see what the new cards can do. Because we have this weird thing where like stuff gets announced in the OCG and then you play them in the TCG. But if you do that, then you end up going in this weird like fictional format where like, you know, for example, Crystron Hauka Fibrax getting announced 2 years before it appeared in the TCG. And then anytime I wouldn't play in exactly like the strict TCG format with everything available now, I'd get people summoning Hauk that like doesn't exist in TCG, and they'd be combining it with cards that were legal in the TCG that weren't in the OCG. So you're actually not playing any format, you're playing this weird like online only format. Am I allowed to ask if we'll... Yeah, I mean, you're always allowed to ask stuff. I think the next SP we're doing, those are on the Friday streams, and we're alternating between that and Mirror Masters. So this Friday is Masochist, next Friday will be another SP challenge. And so yeah, so the format isn't set up great. Even if I just played TCG and ignored, like, new oncoming cards, there's just not as many fans of, like, the TCG content, I feel like. Or if there is, they don't come to me for it, you know? And, that's even beyond the fact that, like, even when I try to do a more casual series, you know, if I try to play on... It's the same thing if you talk to MBT, he's like, we have to do every series on Master Duel because the visuals are so much better that most players aren't willing to go back to Dueling Book. Most players aren't willing to accept YGO Omega, where like sometimes stuff happens too fast and you can't tell exactly what's going on. There is a simulator that looks like Master Duel. And I still need to get that. And I'm curious to see if I can make something work with that. Yeah, there's like a fake Master Duel. And that might be fun. But that one's even like harder to get into. In terms of like, I wouldn't be able to do like ladder-based content on it. MD Pro 3. You know, I'm actually gonna... MD Pro 3. The first thing that comes up is a Reddit thread asking how do I download it, and a YouTube video telling you how to download it. I'll look at those later. Oh yeah, today's, whatchamacallit, weather, for people curious. We did Big Ass Rock, because we're playing the Big Ass Rock deck. We did Some Nights by Fun, because it's just been stuck in my head lately. And we did the opening theme for Gem and the Holograms. Because gems, they are excitement. Ooh, gems. You go to their Discord and download the file. Yeah. Not unusual. That's how I had to get YGO Omega. The biggest thing is that, like, you know, if I'm going to... I'm having a snack, by the way, if you're wondering. It's a little chocolate bar. If I got that kind of program, it would be not to play stuff solo, but to play stuff with friends. And then I have to find friends and convince them to also go to the Discord and download it. What deck am I playing? Oh, whoops. There we go. We're going with a fairly standard build. I don't know, some people... I'm kind of torn, right? Because usually what I do on the first build is I play like a pure version of the deck. And then I will add stuff in. And usually adding stuff in makes it more powerful and makes it more interesting. The problem is, the pure version is the best version of the deck. Adding Shaddolls kind of just waters it down a little bit. So if I wanted to play from, like, weakest to strongest, I would start with the Shadal version. But that means on the first stream, instead of explaining, like, the standard Gem Knight combos, I'm explaining, like, 2 different archetypes at once, which makes it a lot more difficult for a newer or inexperienced player to follow. Tempai 2, Triple Dillo, yeah. Well, because, what was it? Especially if you're going second, like, Quartz going into Brilliant Fusion is full combo. Gem Armadillo, grab Hollow Core is, like, full combo. Yeah, and that's on top of the fact that the Gem Knight cards, or the Shadal cards, don't do a whole lot. Block Dragon variant? I haven't seen that one. The thing is, like, this is a rock. This is a fairy. This is also a fairy. This is a fiend. So we're actually not playing a lot of rocks. It definitely should not be a hand trap. But yeah, this is... So this is basically the closest I'm getting is, like, I'm not playing the Shadal variant. I'm playing, like, an unoptimized thing. Like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't play 3 of this. Maybe I shouldn't play 3 of this. A lot of people definitely say I shouldn't play Herald of Orange Light, but I think it's really funny. I think it's nice that, like, oh, yeah, half of our cards just happen to be fairies with graveyard effects. And it's especially funny because it's a hand trap that we aren't going to be using. We aren't going to be using this on the opponent's turn, most likely. Instead, it's like, yeah, we're going to be activating Maxi, or we're going to be activating the Charmy. And then as our plays are going, we can be like, okay, you know, activate this. The opponent uses Appaloosa. And then we do, like, Herald of Orange Light, discard Gem Knight Quartz, like, add something back. Or what does this one do when it goes to the graveyard? Oh no, this is only if it's used as fusion material. Nephirim, yeah. If this is sent from the hand or deck to the graveyard, send 1 card from your hand to the graveyard, summon this. Yeah. So you can, like, they activate Appaloosa, you send Herald and, like, Nephirim, then Nephirim discards, like, an extra Fualos or an extra, like, Board Breaker or whatever, or even just puts a Gem Knight into the graveyard, summons itself back, and then searches. 1 Ava and 3 green lights? Interesting. I play 2 Gem Fusion. The thing about Gem Knight Fusion is that, you know, that you see, a lot of people see it as like a Garnet. Because if you don't know, Hollow Core has an effect. Send 1 Gem Knight normal monster or 1 Gem Knight Fusion from your deck to the graveyard. Special summon this from your hand. So you have to be able to send Gem Knight Fusion. And then you have other cards, specifically this one, that lets you fuse from the deck, fusion summon a Gem Knight from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field, or 2 monsters from your extra deck if there are non-rock Gem Knights and a Gem Knight Fusion in your graveyard. So, like, the idea is you send Gem Knight Fusion, you summon a Hollow Core. If you have any of these other ones into the graveyard, then you use this. You can fuse from the deck. That triggers the Quartz effect. Yeah, you know what? There we go. Actually, Let's get a glossy Garnet. 41 is optimal. Yeah. It wouldn't be Gem Knights if you didn't play one Garnet. And in the case of Hollow Core, it is actually a Garnet. But as I was saying, the thing about Gem Knight Fusion is that, like, yeah, if you send it, you can't summon this from your hand to get extra material. But if you have this and, like, Fusion and any other card, you can just use Gem Knight Fusion as a fusion card. Just make, like, Lady Rose or Seraphonite. And then once you do, it's in the graveyard along with a non-gem gem, and then you can, or non-rock gem, and you can use Dispersion. There's our counter. No, we still got the go first counter. We could play Banshee. What the heck is Banshee? Oh, Internal Flame Banshee. Add a Pyro from your deck to your hand. A Garnet? Yeah, we're playing one Garnet. Just for funds. But yeah, so that's this in a nutshell. Is basically... also, let's go ahead. I forgot to do the 3 cards on the front. The most important part. So let's go you here, Garnet in the middle. Yeah, that probably explains the deck. Yeah, it's also not useless because it does mean if we just draw the fusion spell, it is another name. It's weird to see Garnet refer to the actual Garnet. How are you? I'm doing alright. I was playing Kashtira and I almost lost to a bronze one who was playing Union Monsters. Delete the Duelist Cup deck. But yeah, so that's the thing. I think with this month, what we're gonna do is the original. You know, some months it's like it's clear we can't make it into Master 1, so let's goof around. This one is I'm pretty sure this can make it to Master 1, so let's go in with a fairly serious deck. Let's try to keep it 100, and then if we happen to get to Master 1 before the end of the month, then we can play like a goofy version, you know? This deck might get to Master 1 very easily, yeah. You can do it. I believe. I am curious, because that was one of the things I found when I was like deciding what deck to build and talking it through to people. And I want to actually have a poll for this, chat. Do you think Gem Knights can get to M1 in under 6 streams? Yes, no, and I guess we'll do one for, I don't know. I'm curious, what do you know about Gem Knights? What do you think about Gem Knights? Because that's another thing that I found out is a lot of my audience, like, I'm one of those audience, or I have one of those channels where, like, there's a lot of people who watch me and have, like, no idea who MBT or SEMO or Team Samurai X is. They don't know who, like, Joshua Smith is or Jesse Cotton. Like, I'm their only source for Yu-Gi-Oh! Entertainment. I don't know how that transfers out to the stream crowd, but it feels like there's a lot of people here who are like, yeah, I only know about Master Duel through you. And if you do, you probably don't know how good Gem Knights are. Because we had a lot of people when I was building it come in and be like, ooh, Gem Knights, that old deck? Your patron's giving you another really tough challenge again. They're making you play with the really old archetypes. This is going to be another one, hard stuck in Diamond 4. Gem Knights didn't do much in the TCG, so... Thought you were a major part of the casual community? Eh. Maybe Gem Knight did do... Yeah, Gem Knight did top events in the TCG. I know Gem Knights are good, but not how good. Yeah, and that was part of the reason why we chose them at the end of the day, because there were enough people in chat who were incredulous about, like, wait, this deck is good? That I think it'll work well. One of the problems we had the last year playing more meta-style decks was that, you know, if someone thought the deck was meta, like Blue Eyes I thought would be, like, gold. People would be flocking in, because who doesn't want to see a Blue Eyes deck? But by the time that episode came out, people were well aware of what Blue Eyes did. It was everywhere in the meta, and they were sick of it. But Gem Knights is one of those decks that, like, yeah, if you ask people, future generations will call this Malice and Ryziel format, or just Malice format. They will not call it Malice Ryziel Gem Knights. But you might as well. Gem Knights topped Lil. Yeah, it looks like 73% of people saying yes. The other 25 saying no. Okay, so 3/4 of the people just no. Granted, I assume a lot of those people were here for the other episodes or were here for the testing. But yeah, so that's the thing. I think this will be good. Not only will I enjoy it because this is like a nostalgic deck and I like go blind second when it's not Tempai exactly. Mal-ass format, yeah. But I think there's a lot of people who will be like, oh, Gem Knights, I remember that deck. Is that any good in these days? And they'll tune in not knowing it's like the third best deck. Either because they don't, again, I would be like, oh, they don't keep up with the game. A lot of people have quit the game. They're like, yeah, I'm not playing. It's just Malice. It's nothing but Malice. Stream number 4, added Mjolnir. I think the issue with Blue Eyes is because everyone was excited about an anime deck. It got played so much that people got sick of it. Yeah. And that's the unfortunate thing about this show specifically is that, like, because I record for a month and then release the video, I'm always, like, behind. So I'm never playing things right when they're brand new. One duel a day for dailies, but that's it. I hate playing uphill battles and relying on floodgates. Bood Meta gave its first player spike in a while on Steam. Yeah. And that's why I really thought that, that video would do, like, really well, because it's like, oh, there's a whole lot of new people who are into the game, who want to see, like, how Blue Eyes does. And let me just check in on that again real quick. We now return to Joe looks at his analytics and weeps. Yeah, it's sitting at 43,000. Which is better than the Goblin Biker deck, but on par with, like, Argo Stars. And Argo Stars came out 2 months later. So, you know, the Blue Eyes deck has had 2 months to rack up more views. And it hasn't. Argo Stars was a banger. Is this a political stream now? Not at the moment. You got anything political to talk about before we get going? We got like 15 minutes before I have to start. Solid rocks. Yeah, just looking back, I talk about this often. One of the best signs of like a video doing really well is that it get more views than you have subscribers. Because that means it broke out of your audience and got to like a wider audience of normal people. People who aren't already subscribed to you. And it's like the last, like the Goaty video did that. The ladder climbs used to do that consistently. Goaty, Ancient Gears, those are both sitting at 80 and 90,000. That's more than I have, 72,000 subs. And then Ritual Beast. Ritual Beast went below. The Sleepy Girl deck went to 100k, and then since then, nothing's beat 60. Everything is like 80% of my audience watched it, but I couldn't get more than that. What's your highest viewed ladder climb video? It's still the Earth Machine one. The Earth Machine is not only my highest viewed ladder climb, it's the highest viewed video on my channel ever. With 424,000. 400k. The next video under that is my April Fool's Day video from 2017 that had rank 10 Yu-Gi-Oh in it. And that one's only 300k. So it's just like a wide, huge margin between first and second place. Then it's got the Christmas special I did with rank 10 and Jimbles, who's Ojama Lime. The Yugi Poop art gallery with Ojama Lime. Those are all crossovers. And then it's just a bunch of ladder climbs. Then it's like Generator 200k, Fossils 200k, Galaxy Eyes 200k, Predaplants 200k, Valance, what are they called? Nouvelles, the Hungry Burger deck, Ninjas. Those all have more than 200k. Then there's the one What a Deck video that did really well, the Crystron one from 2018. Then Libromancer, Springans, Ojama, Umi Control, the first Goaty, Volcanic. Have you thought about asking Jimbles to play Mirror Masters, or is he really busy? I just haven't talked to Jim. Jimbles was like really busy with life for a while. He had a bunch of stuff going on where he wasn't certain about his job and he had to move multiple times, and like his landlord was screwing him over. And he just seemed like he was too busy to yap about stuff. My first introduction was the Numera ladder climb. We are a very dedicated fan base. What is it with Earth Machines? Who knows? I swear the algorithm changed about a year ago. Yeah. It's one of those, I compare, I remember MBT talking with Danny, Luke Von Karma, and kind of like trying to convince him over the course of several years, like, you gotta make content. You have the charisma for it. You have the attitude for it. And it seemed like for the longest time, Danny was just like really reluctant to kind of jump into that kind of job. Like he really wanted to have like a regular ass desk job for whatever reason. Which is such a weird like thing to me. Because I didn't want to be a YouTuber, but I do want to be an artist. I want to be a creative type. I am much happier here being able to entertain people than I would be at like any kind of desk job or working any kind of retail. It's not exactly what I want to do, but entertainment is like the same field. Whether I could be an actor or a musician or a writer or a filmmaker or whatever, any of that, like that's all under the same umbrella, I'm good. And it feels kind of the same way with Jimbles, where like every time I talk to Jimbles, he's like a very charismatic, creative person. He always has so much to say about, like, he'll find, like, obscure RPG systems, like tabletop systems, and just, like, talk endlessly about the like, game design and the unique world elements of it. He's always making stuff in, like, Blender, or not Blender, he used some other kind of program, but he made 3D art design stuff. He's obviously, like, a good actor. If you don't know, he does the, like, British voice that appears on MBT's videos, or not MBT, Rank 10's videos, in addition to Ojama Lime and a couple other voices and stuff like that. Like, he just clearly seems like he wants to be an actor creative. But every time I talk to him about it, he was like, no. He does all of Rada's alt. He doesn't do all of them, because sometimes Rada finds, like, other people. He voices Shape Snatch. Yeah. That's Jimbles. Jimbles does the Shape Snatch voice. Or the Shape Snatcher. The one whose shape was snatched. Uncertainty of content creation can be daunting for some, I guess. Yeah. And again, it's just one of those things, like, I can't understand how, like, a creative person would want to reject, like, even the option. Especially when it's like, yeah, you know, you have people, you have friends who are in creative stuff already, who could not only help you, but, like, not only, like, oh, do you need help editing? Do you need help with, like, computer stuff? It's like, we could teach you all these things. If you have, like, questions or whatever, you have people you could talk to. But also, like, as soon as you put up a channel, Rada would gladly make, like, a short video and just be like, yay, you like Ojama Lime? That guy has a channel now. Go check him out. And you could start with, like, a built-in audience of, like, at least, like, 1,000. Do not click the red numbers. We believe in delayed gratification around here. I believe it's important not to just, like, get everything as soon as you get it, but to wait until you saved it up and then enjoy it all at once. Usually we wait till 100. In this case, we're going to wait till 75, because we want to get the turtle on the screen as soon as possible. I remember MBT making a video overviewing content creation as a whole, and the advice was very good, even if you aren't a Yugi-tuber. Yeah. I love entertaining and being that outward person, but at the end of the day, I still just survive from my engineering job of sitting at a desk with as little people as possible. Yeah, I guess that I would understand that if he was, like, super in love with his job, but he was not. You're edging the dual pass. It's not again, it's the concept, I talk about this a lot, of delayed gratification. Waiting to get your reward. Which is an important outlook to have if you want to do, like, basically anything worth a damn, right? Like, if you want to learn to play an instrument, you're going to have to deal with the fact that you are going to suck at that instrument for weeks, months on end, before you can play even a good song. You have to suffer through that waiting period in order to eventually get good. If you want to lose weight and try to get your muscles up or whatever, get fit, get good at a sport, it's the same thing. You're going to have to suffer through months of not making much progress before you get the ball rolling and start to experience the benefits of it. It's the same with learning a new language, learning a skill like editing or like video creating, artistry, drawing, whatever. And I feel like not only do we not teach people that, but so much of the media landscape is set up for that instant gratification. For like, here's a funny short, it's 8 seconds long, it'll make you laugh, you get a hit of dopamine, on to the next one. The like TikTok, YouTube shorts thing of like, funny, entertaining. You never have to wait, there's never any downtime, there's never any like I will put up with this because it is worth it in the end. And so, you know, it's just a small thing. It's not a big, you know, this isn't going to change your life waiting to do the duel pass. But it's part of a broader thing of like, if you can do it here, you can do it elsewhere. If you can learn to do it for small stuff, you can build up to do it for bigger stuff. No build up to the payoff. I don't use TikTok, so I've got some immunity. Don't forget the Alamo. Can I ask you, is the stream title an homage on Tariq from League of Legends? I've never played League of Legends, so it's not a reference or anything like that. Probably wants 40-hour-a-week stability, 5 to 6 days a week, makes impossible. No, that's the thing, is his job was like... his job... I don't want to go too personal with getting into it, but his job involved a lot of travel. It involved, like, you know, sometimes you work like 3 weeks where you're working every single day, and sometimes there was like a month and a half without doing work. He had a very inconsistent job that was very unpredictable and required him to, like, leave his home, travel across the country, and then stay in a place for, like, months at a time, or weeks at a time. And he wasn't like, yeah, it's fun to travel or whatever. He was like, this is such a hassle. And I was like, you could spend your downtime becoming a content creator, make enough money, you could get out of that job. I've been thinking about doing video game streams due to how lonely I am, but I don't have a personality to do streams. When I play games by myself, I go quiet. Yeah. Learning to talk while you do games is like a skill in itself. You know, I'm not naturally this talkative. It's kind of especially like, that's the thing, is like, I have a good imagination, I can pretend I'm talking to people, but the fact of the matter is, I'm sitting here alone in a room. I have to learn to, like, I'm looking at the camera, I'm like, the camera is chat, and chat is all these people. And I have to imagine that you have faces. But it's a weird skill to build up, to sit in a room by yourself and talk as though you're talking to a bunch of people. Because, like, yeah, I am talking to you, you are responding and everything, but it's still different. Streamer gains awareness. You are now aware of your tongue. You're now aware that you're alone in a room with a big green background. Savage Arms, thank you for the prime hype. So us having our own icons helps? Not especially. You having, like, a name that is recognizable and readable. It's what I tell people all the time, like, capitalize, if your name is more than one word, capitalize the letters of those words. Just being able to see slash and then another capital S for slash, so much more readable than just to pull one out, Jake the Surgeon, which doesn't have any capitalization. That one's a little easier to read because those words are like common words. But, oh, here's one. Chain Sleepy? Like, not only is that not, but it's like, is it change? Yeah, I guess it would have to be change Sleepy. But it's like, that S could be the end of chains, or it could be the start of a new word. Hard to tell. Guardian of Dandelions doing it well. They're a Memento player, yeah. I don't gank top. Yeah, and see that person, they've got underscores. They're like, fuck it, I don't need to capitalize, but I put some kind of thing. And then sometimes it's not even your fault. It's like, so this person, what's that say? Esteliv? Unfortunately, Twitch just picked your name to be dark blue. And usually you're against a black background. Let me see if I can... Not a black, it's like a dark gray background. Yeah. You see how hard it is to read that, like, blue text on a dark background with no outline or anything? Like, I can see Boo-hoo, I can see Penton. That's just like a blurry line of blue. And that ain't your fault. You don't choose your color. But sometimes it's like, I have no idea who that is. What high school did you go to? I ain't telling you that shit. You ain't looking up anything from me. The darkest of blues. You can choose your color, actually? Oh. Well, yeah, if you're dark blue, don't do that. It's hard to read. It is their fault, actually. Am I gray? No, you're red. My name with capitalized is not available. Look, I'm pink. Good. That's an important question in St. Louis. Everyone wants to know where you went to high school. Yeah. That's the other thing. It's like, I wouldn't answer that even if you weren't from St. Louis, but the fact that you are from St. Louis, or at least know enough about St. Louis to be able to ask that question, is like, you might be able to actually track me down. Want a duel? No thanks. I like how I'm always purple. I like purple. You can paint with all the colors of the wind. Anyway, you ready to begin, chat? We've been yapping here for an hour. Fill yourself up with cats in the chat. Green is a creative color. Who was St. Louis? Despite living here, I haven't the slightest clue. And welcome back to Ladder Climb. As you've probably summarized, we are playing Gem Knights. Okay. And welcome back to Ladder Climb. As you've probably guessed, we are playing Gem Knights this month, which is especially exciting for me, because if you don't know, Gem Knights was one of the first real decks I built. One of the first archetypes that kind of compelled me enough to actually get all the cards to make the deck. And it wasn't very good back when I played it way back in the days, like early Ixie era. It was outdated and not great then, but it was a really fun casual deck. And then for a short stint, they gave it some new support that made it meta, but it was an FTK deck. Like, you have a whole toolbox full of fusions, and all it did was summon the one that deals burn damage over and over again, so that you could burn your opponent on the first turn before they had a chance to interact with you. And it basically killed all love that I had for the deck. I thought Gem Knights were over. I thought they'd never be able to recover from that. But then, they have released new support. A new Gem Knight card. Several new cards, actually. Okay. Let's do. But then, they released new Gem Knight support. A whole bunch of cards, actually. And they have completely changed how the deck works, kind of back to its old ways. We are now back to playing a toolbox that includes all the little guys, all the different kinds of cards, plus a few new... Okay. You know what, let's just try this again from the top. I can get this even better. And welcome back to Ladder Climb. As you've probably guessed, we are playing Gem Knights this month. And if I seem a little excited, it's because I am. If you don't know, Gem Knights is one of the first proper archetypes that I built. One of the first... Okay. And welcome back to Ladder Climb. As you've probably guessed, we are playing Gem Knights this month. And if I seem a little excited, it's because I am. Because if you don't know, Gem Knights is one of the first decks, the first proper deck, damn it, one of the first proper decks, okay. And And welcome back to Ladder Climb. As you've probably guessed, we are playing Gem Knights this month. And if I seem a little excited, a little more animated than usual, it's because I am. Because if you don't know, Gem Knights is one of the first proper decks I built back when I played the game in paper. One of the first archetypes that I liked enough to actually collect all the cards and build like a pure Gem Knight deck. You know, it wasn't very good back then. We're talking early Ixie era. That's about the time I started playing. Back then, it was like a fusion toolbox, and it was neat, and it could occasionally, like, OTK, but it wasn't super strong. And then they gave it some new support. They rocketed it into meta relevance as an FTK deck, where you ignored the vast majority of the toolbox and just made the one Gem Knight that deals burn damage over and over again, and then, like, looped it a whole bunch so that you dealt enough burn damage to defeat your opponent before they could interact with you. And I'm not a fan of that playstyle. I like the interactive parts of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the little back and forth or whatever. At the very least, I like breaking a board that my opponent has established. And with Gem Knights kind of ignoring all that, I lost all interest. I thought the deck was done, I thought it was over, and I'd never get to play it again. But then, they've released even more new support, and they managed to change it back to kind of what it was before. You know, the new version of the deck, I mean, you do still play the burn card, but you barely summon it. Now you're back to summoning like the old Gem Knights, Topaz, Aquamarine. You've got some new ones like Lady Rose Diamond and what's this guy's called? Master Diamond Dispersion. There's 2 Master Diamonds now and a Lady Brilliant Diamond. They got all sorts of stuff. And they did this by adding a bunch of main deck cards that are really great for consistency, that allow you to do a whole bunch, while also saying your opponent takes half effect damage this turn. They have specifically included clauses that are like, okay, you can play Gem Knights and you can go crazy mode with it, but you're not allowed to burn your opponent to death. You have to do a bunch of attacks and everything. And that has transformed this into more of an OTK deck, a blind second OTK we would call it, which has a playstyle similar to Tenpai. I mean, some people do call this Tenpai, but with rocks. Personally, I feel like this is a little better. Tenpai is very much like you play a whole bunch of board breakers and then the one card starter. And then a bunch of ways to search the one card starter. And if you land the one card, you just win. This is a lot more complicated. It involves some combos that are non-linear, some ways to interact with your opponent where you have to decide when do you want to use certain things, what kind of tools do you want to take out of the extra deck to actually use. And I think it can be a lot of fun. I like a good blind second deck. Ancient Gears was one of my favorite fusion decks before, and this plays a lot more like Ancient Gears than it does to Tenpai. Tenpai, but with fairies. So long story short, I'm really excited this month. I think this is going to be a fun deck, and I think it's also going to be a very powerful deck. A lot of people don't know this, but in Malice and Ryziel format, Gem Knights is probably the 3rd best deck, which is why I'm starting with a fairly pure... Okay, let's try that. I actually don't want to reveal that to people, now that I think about it. Okay. So long story short, I'm excited. I think this is going to be a really fun deck this month, and So long story short, I'm excited. I think this is going to be a really fun deck this month. I think we're going to see a lot of cool plays, a lot of interesting things, especially with this build. As I've been doing okay. So long story short, I'm excited. I think it's going to be a good month. I'm happy to play this deck. Okay. So long story short, I'm excited. I think this month is going to be a fun month with a lot of cool duels. I'm excited to play the Gem Knights again, and I think it'll be fun to watch as well. As for the deck list we're playing, it's basically a pure but unoptimized version. There are some other things that you can mix with this. Some people are playing like Shaddoll Gem Knights, Tier Limit Gem Knights. Some people play with Block Dragon. But as I've been doing recently, I want to start on a pure version so I can kind of show you how the deck plays without a bunch of other engines getting in the way. The interesting thing is that normally when I do that, it's because I want to show you a worse version of the deck before going to a better one. But I think the pure one is actually probably the best version. I think this might be able to take us all the way into Master 1, if we're being honest. So we might not have as much variety, at least at the front, but if we do happen to get to Master 1 before the final stream, then I'll do the last... So we're not going to have as much variety, at least at the start of the episode, but if we happen to make it into Master 1 early, then I'll sit down and make like different versions of the deck, try out different tactics, and we can have a whole showcase near the end of the episode to see the different types of deck. Now that being said, I am still getting a little goofy with it. A lot of these ratios aren't optimized. I could probably play some more board breakers by playing like just 1 or 2 armadillo or just 2 quartz. Also, a lot of people don't play, what's this called? I almost called it a gem knight. It's not a gem knight. It's the Herald of Orange Light, which kind of rhymes with gem knight. Either way, we're playing the Herald of Orange Light, and that's because several of our cards are fairies that get effects in the graveyard. And ironically, even though we're playing this as a hand trap, this is not something that we're going to be using during our opponent's turn. The only stuff we use when we go second is the Fuelos and the Maxi, just trying to draw into more stuff. This is a pure let your opponent build a deck and then try to break it in half. It's just the fact that, like, if we can draw 5 or 6 cards and we have the ability to negate one of their negates on board while putting a card in the graveyard that'll just summon itself back or get another effect, this can actually have some pretty cool synergy. So we're trying that out. We're also playing 1 Garnet, just because it feels right, just because it's a fun of. You know, you can't play Gem Knights without Garnets. The concept of a Garnet was invented for Gem Knights, so we're gonna play the shiny Garnet, and we're gonna like it. And it's not completely dead. It is actually a Garnet in this deck, because you have this card called Hollow Core that you can summon by sending a Gem Knight Fusion or a Gem Knight normal monster from your deck to the graveyard. And most decks just play the Gem Knight Fusion, and then if you draw it, you can't summon it. So this is kind of like a backup. Instead of playing 2 Gem Knight Fusion, we're playing 1 Garnet, and we're going to send it as a Garnet from time to time if we draw the Fusion. So fun times. The Gem Knight Garnet lore. Canonically accurate Garnet. So normally from here, this is where I'll sit down and like run you through a combo or kind of explain how the deck works. And with a blind second deck, you can't really do that all that well, especially for this one where the combos are non-linear, where they're going to change drastically depending on your hand and also what your opponent has. The main thing I'm just going to point out is that we have this card, which is probably the biggest, most drastic changer to how the deck functions. Diamond Dispersion can be made with any 3 gem monsters, which means you can use Gem Armadillo. And during the main phase, quick effect, send this from your field to the graveyard, summon 3 non-rock gem monsters with different names from your extra deck or graveyard, ignoring their summoning conditions. For the rest of the turn, you can only summon fusion monsters. So this guy is what allows us to OTK out the wazoo, because this one guy allows us to get any 3 cards toolboxed out of the extra deck, except for like Master Diamond because he's a rock. I think, what is it? Lady Brilliance a rock. Rose Diamond is a fairy, yeah. So we can get Rose Diamond, we can get Prismora, Topaz, Aquamarine, Ruby, Lady Lapis if we need to do the burn damage. We can even get Seraphonite if we want another normal summon. So this is what lets us toolbox out whatever we need to defeat our opponent in that moment, while also just putting on like 9,000 points of damage, just absurd amounts of damage. And it has a graveyard effect too that we'll see. So our big goal is going to be destroying our opponent's board, getting a whole bunch of stuff out, and then hopefully just resolving this effect so that we can OTK for game. Tenpai 2 kind of. So you can look forward to that, but enough... So that's the main strategy, right? Is just get this guy out after clearing as much of the way as possible. Almost everything else here is just like a board breaker or a combo extender where we can threaten by getting one of the other Gem Knights out that actually does something, or even some links before we get locked. And then once we've eaten through their board or eaten through all their disruptions, we get Master Diamond, we get whatever we need to break the rest of their board, and then we just go in for a massive amount of damage. Should be fun, should be a nice change of pace from like the hand trap wars we normally see, and I'm excited to see how it goes. So without further ado, let's jump on in and see how this thing does on the ladder, baby. Okay. Stream 115, Dawn of Stream 1, plus deck explanation. As always, cut down, try to make it interesting where possible. Thank you, Mr. Metal. You're the best. Why not add in Fiendsmith cards? Why would I? Standard! Season 46 has begun. We're almost to Season 50. We're almost to Season 50. I don't know what that means, but, you know, big number with a 0 at the end. First duel, and we have lost the coin toss. And we're going second, just like we want to. Again, this is a blind second deck. Even if we do win the coin toss, we're going to choose second. But it's actually better if we lose, because then our opponent doesn't know that we're on like a blind second deck. This is unfortunate. Well, maybe. We do have a 1-card starter. I'll let them get whatever they get, and then shuffle something back, and then max seed. So they get the X'd. They go there. They have a bunch of inherent summons. Oh no. Oh no. Damn it. I forgot. I forgot, chat. You can add 1 fire monster from your deck to your hand. Okay. Yeah, I had changed the way that, I changed the way the chain function worked. There's... they had the ash anyway. Okay, it's fine. But if you don't know, there's an icon here. And the way I play it normally is there's a, there's an option where, like, if you hold down the left trigger, or the left mouse button, it'll ask at every available moment if you want to activate something. And if you hold down the right mouse trigger, I don't know why I'm calling it a trigger, mouse button, then it'll never ask ever, essentially. It'll just turn the chain off. The way I have it now is it'll be auto by default, which it'll like ask at a major instance, or I could turn it off, or I can turn it on. And the reason why I did this is because I want to be able to just turn it off, and then be able to gesture with my hands and not have to sit there and hold off for the whole time if I have like a Herald of Orange Light that I'm not going to activate. PC mouse lingo is mouse 1 and mouse 2, yeah. I use left and right. So I'm on different settings from normal. It didn't really matter this time again because they had the ash, but if I mess up a few more times in the next couple duels, you'll know why. As for our opening hand, I mean, we have the Forbidden Droplet, which deals with the detonator. We have the Red Reboot that deals with the trap hole they just searched. And we have Dispersion. This is an interesting spell. Activate one of these effects, but you can only use each once per turn. So the spell is not once per turn, but it's basically twice per turn, because you can activate each of the one effects. One is add a gem from your deck or banishment to your hand. Any effect damage is halved. The second one is fusion summon a Gem Knight from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. Or if you have Gem Knight fusion and a non-rock Gem Knight in your graveyard, you can use materials from your deck. So the fact that we have two of them means we do kind of have full combo, but both of them have to resolve. And it doesn't leave us with a whole lot of room. Okay. So now we're turning Chain on. Ah! It's fine. We're fine. We're fine. We may not be fine. We're gonna take the Max C challenge and see what the heck we can do. Okay. See, now it's asking me at every conceivable thing. Okay, so we're going to start with Dispersion. We're going to add a gem. If they have the other Ash, they have it, and we can't do anything. And then I think, because they only have the one monster on board, we're just going to Forbidden Droplet here. And we're going to send off the card we already activated. We don't need to negate the Duo Drive. All we're doing is negating the detonator. Now they do still have a negate. They do still have the back row. And that's a huge frickin' problem, Lois. I think what we have to do is go for... the problem, I'm realizing we should have actually discarded the Gem Knight fusion off of the droplet. That would have given us a better play. Yeah, I think we're just done. If they just use this, we're just dead. But maybe they won't. So we're gonna try Nephirim. Nephirim, just if it's summoned, add a Gem Knight from your deck to your hand. Any effect damage your opponent takes is halved. And it's like they've reformed Shaddoll Construct. She's a Gem Knight now. During your main phase, you can immediately normal summon another Gem Knight. Which would be great if I had another Gem Knight. They thinking. Fuck. Yeah, major misplay on my part. Well... Okay, chat. We do have... There is one option. We're gonna have to do something tricky. We're gonna set. We're gonna set. And we're gonna try to go to the battle phase. Damn, they didn't even try to activate the trap. Yeah, we're just gonna attack into this. Do something silly. I'm just hoping they activate the Void Trap Hole and blow up the two back rows. And they did not. We're learning, it's fine. This was a really weird hand. It's only... Oh, is it only face up? Well, I'm just dumb. You fucking what? Yeah, I mean, they already have it. Unfortunate. But I mean, I guess that's the thing, right? I said before, this isn't as easy as like Tenpai. You just can't normal summon. I really needed to use the Forbidden Droplet to send the Gem Knight Fusion to the graveyard, because if I did that, it would have turned on the spell. Especially if I had searched something other than Nefer. Like, if I had searched the Hollow Core, I could have sent the Gem Knight Garnet to the graveyard, and then I'd have both of the things I needed for it. Yeah, just a major misplay, but a misplay in, like, a situation you normally don't find yourself in. You usually don't have two of that spell and draw the Gem Knight Fusion. But you've got to be able to learn to play with the weird hands that you get. That's what makes the deck fun. So I guess we'll include that just as a learning experience, and especially because I don't expect to lose much after this. Gem Knights are actually complicated. Alright, we have lost another coin toss. We are going second, just as planned. That's why we have the counter up there. In many previous episodes, we've had a counter to see if we go first. And usually that's to, like, see, well, we opened our Garnet. Usually that go first counter is to see if, whatchamacallit. I probably shouldn't have just activated that instantly. But it plays around triple tack, you know? But yeah, normally that go first counter is to see if our go first deck actually wins 50% of the coin tosses. This time it's like the opposite, because if we do go first, we have like nothing. We have no play. It's like maybe open Appaloosa and hope that our few hand traps get us where we're going. We don't have a fairy, so yeah, I guess we could just keep chain on. Looks like they're playing into it regardless, so it's fine that we activated it instantly. Yeah, I was going to say, with this hand, we don't have the entire combo right off the bat. So it's better to save cards like Maxi and Fualos until you can get a guaranteed draw from it. Like, let them commit some stuff to the board and then go. Especially because we do also have some cards that are only useful when the opponent has monsters on the field. So if we do the Fualos or the Maxi during the draw phase and they decide to just pass on hand traps or whatever, then our deck is significantly weaker than if they committed a couple things to the board, we activate it, and then they decide to just pause there. You know, even if we don't get a draw. But we do... Oh, they're going for Duo Drive. Okay. Yeah, I'll allow it. Drew a second Herald of Orange Light. And I'm not sure if I made it clear at the beginning. This really is a case of... This is not the optimal build. Most builds aren't playing 3 Herald of the Orange Light. I just thought it was really funny. If anything changes from this build, it'll be removing the Heralds of Orange Light. Negate now. Well, now they get the field spell. Yeah. I'm fine with that. I don't mind if they have the field spell. My worry was that if I negated them, they would just end on the duo drive and not give me more draws. I don't care how big of a board they build, the more draws they give me, the more powerful I am. I have so many great go second tools, and I'm going to be drawing for turn. I would rather have them extend into the Fuelos and also have the cross than have them end on like this and like an imperm and a void or whatever. Huh. They didn't extend into the duo into the detonator. Anyone who said they were probably going to detonate or pass, you know, they did the opposite of that. Maxi. Yeah, I think we're fine. I don't care. Maxi me all you want. If they activate another trap, it'll just make the triple tack better. Okay, so let me read this. This is a one of that you only search under certain conditions. During your main phase, if your opponent controls a monster, fusion summon a non-rock Gem Knight from your extra deck using monsters from your deck as material. You can't summon for the rest of the turn except Gem Knights. Okay. When it leaves the field, destroy all cards. So, if we do that, we can get to Lady Rose, or we can get to Prismura and then just try to destroy the cross. I think that's probably what we go for. So we're going to try that first. Oh wait, I actually can't make Prismura because I don't have a Thunder in the deck. Yeah, we can just make these two. So we're going to go for Lady Rose. During your opponent's turn, if your opponent activates a monster effect, you can banish a Gem Knight from your graveyard, target a card your opponent controls, destroy it. And we're going to do it by using you and you. Two of them things. So we fusion, we get Lady Rose Diamond. They draw a card. If this is sent for fusion, you can add a card from your deck to the hand, from the graveyard to the hand. I don't want to do that. I just want to do the Nephirim. When this is sent to the graveyard, you can discard a card. And then... Oh, that really sucks. That's gonna make things a bit more difficult. But yeah, you can discard a card and then summon her. Okay, so we're gonna go Hollow Core now. We're gonna send the Gem Knight Fusion to the graveyard and special summon this dude in defense position. Hello. It's me. I'm the problem. It's me. Okay. When your opponent activates a card, you can target one face-up card and destroy it. Yeah, I think we want to try to do this here. That also hurts us. We do need to banish stuff. Let's banish the quartz. And go for the cross. Now they could use the cross to stop it, yeah, but then we've baited out the cross. More importantly, they activated an effect in the main phase, which means we can triple tack. And in this case, we just want to draw. We just want to get more cards from our deck. Ooh, brilliant fusion, you say? Well, don't mind if I do. First, let's use the Gem Armadillo. Normal summon, grab a dude. We're gonna grab another quartz. Yeah. This will be a great test to see if they have something, because this searches Brilliant Fusion. Yeah. We're gonna send it, see if they have an Ash or any other kind of negate. Nope. Okay. Let's activate Brilliant Fusion. And I think we're just going to make this guy because we've already almost got game. In fact, we might have game now that I think of it. We're going to send this. Oh, wait, we can't banish. I got to remember that. This, this, and another one of these. So we're going to do Diamond Dispersion. Let me think about this. Yeah. Let's go ahead real quick before we do anything else. Let's make this. We're going to quartz to make a little room. This will also search us the last fairy in our deck, so now we'll have 2 Herald of Orange Light activations. That way, if they have, like, Nibiru and then something else, we could do everything. We could also get Dispersion. I don't think we need Dispersion. Yeah, we're just going to grab another fairy. Yeah, and then we're going to activate this. Okay, and we're going to summon Ruby, who has a summon animation. We're going to summon Prismora. And we're going to summon Topaz. Lots of big guys. And we're going to use the Topaz effect. And send a Gem Knight from our hand to the graveyard. And pop a card. And we're just going to get rid of the Duo Drive because we have 10,000 damage on board. Now we have more than 10,000 damage. And we could do other stuff, but we don't need to. Battle phase. They got something they can activate. Ah, I see. I shouldn't have attacked it with my highest monster first. Or I should have used the Ruby effect. Did you use an effect, motherfucker? Get the hell out of here! Negate and destroy! Herald of Orange Light pays off! Yeah, replay the attack! They said I was a fool to play the Orange Light! Now who's the fool, Ryziel? And see, there you go. It's a fun, good time. And again, it's one of those things, this deck works so well sometimes that I forget to, like, do stuff that I probably, like, I should probably have attacked lowest to highest first in case they had the plug-in. I probably should have used the Ruby to tribute something so it would be even higher when it did attack. I wasn't thinking about that stuff. But fortunately, the deck is good enough that... And that was through Max C and a fucking Lancia. Deck is great. I love it. Yeah, now I just have to play the beginning of that song. Joe in editing will just have to cut this out.
I love it.
Yeah, I can never get the timing right at the beginning there.
I love it.
Link for whatever that was. That's Brain Power by Freeze Pop, the Rock Band edition, which has drums, which makes it way better. Every time I hear that phrase, I love it. All I can hear is like doo 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 doo. All right, we still have not gone first. Going second is what I want to do. I go second, but I never poo. I mean, I guess I do, but not like while I'm on stream or whatever, you know? Okay, we can just turn chain on because we have nothing to chain. It's the all board breaker show. With everyone playing Ryziel. Discount Ryziel Warehouse. We did open with the Gem Knight Fusion, which would be a soft Garnet. Except we do still have Garnet in the deck, who functions as an actual Garnet. I forget. I know Detonator can detach to stop stuff from being destroyed. Can it stop back row from being destroyed? Or is it just face-up monsters? I could look it up, or I could just wait. They want the Baguska moment before it's banned. Only if Ixies. Okay. Now that being said, if they do get Baguska, I think we might be screwedska. We have to get like I think the only thing we have that deals with Baguska is like exactly Forbidden Droplet or Triple Tactics Talents. Which, are we playing 3 of both? I forget. No, we're just playing 1 Talents and 3 Thrust. Because Thrustin does make us feel good. But yeah, if they make Baguska and we don't draw Thrust, we're just kind of screwed. Baguska is kind of our Waterloo. Yeah, we could go over that by, like, instead of Lightning Storm, playing Raigekis. But sometimes you want the Lightning Storm to hit spell traps. That's what makes it so great. Oh. Oh no. They're doing the hand loop version. So they make Ouroboros. Send 1 random card. My Feather Duster! They can do this 4 times, right? I don't know. Maybe? Well, that's fine. I wanted that in the graveyard anyway. Although that does let them know exactly what we're playing. I mean, to be fair, if all they end on is like this, like Lightning Storm plus Gem Armadillo does deal with it. Oh wait, no, it doesn't because of the... Well, no, yeah, it might. Okay, so we know they're playing Nibiru. Alright, they've hand-looped us for 2. Just in time, buddy! Go ahead, drop the Maxi. Yeah, I know. Well, now we die? Not necessarily. Okay. Let's go Lightning Storm. We're going to hit all the back row. We're going to gem armadillo. We're dilloing. We're dilloing. We're getting that dilloing. We're dilloing. Okay, so this is... You can discard this to set a Gem Knight fusion. Okay, that kind of screws us over. Unfortunately, I think everything screws us over. You can't even special summon Hollow Core. I can. I think that's probably the best, and we just hope they don't use the detonator again. Well, there they go using the detonator. And then we can do this. And then we can fusion summon. We can make... Unfortunately, this is 2 gem monsters. Damn. Yeah, like, we can make some stuff. It just doesn't do much of anything, unfortunately. But yeah, because this is a fairy, we can use it as fusion material for the 2 that take, like, light fairy monsters. Banish the Hollow Core to add this back, because it's not once per turn. Oh, I only had the one. Probability of winning 0%. Yeah. Unfortunately, we drew the Foolos for turn and they hand looped us for 2. Yep, they got it. Unfortunate. If the Foolos was brilliant, if card was other card, we would have been great. If Gem Knights lock into fusions. Some of them do. I forget if I've gotten one. Not a single Gem Knight card. My favorite. Alright, time to let the cutscene play, chat. I predict Rise, you'll look at, but it had to be the other thing eventually. Oh boy, it's even worse. reboot could cook them. Yeah, it depends what they end on. Red reboot does things. We still draw for turn. If they activate like a single effect during their turn, we can talents, get the dispersion. That gets us our 1-card starter. And then triple tack can draw us 2 more cards. We can discard the droplet for the droplet. So we might have it here, even though we started with a terrible, no good, very bad hand. Yeah, and we have so many. It's weird to say like 1-card starters because like, yeah, we do have starters, but like how far they go really depends on so many different variables. But we have a lot of cards that like at least allow us to make Gem Knight plays. You know, Nephirim does it, Quartz does it, the what's it called? Gem Armadillo does it because it gets us Quartz. Brilliant Fusion does it, Scatter Fusion does it, and Dispersion does it. And I guess Scatter Fusion isn't a 3 of, but we've got 5. We basically got 15 cards in our deck. Adillo, Quartz, Nephirim, Brilliant Fusion, Dispersion. If we get any of those 5, and if they activate something that triggers Thrust, we can search the Dispersion. Might as well do my job for 5 minutes, yeah. Shaddoll Fusion would do it. If we had it! I would swallow my pride, I would choke on the rise, but the lack thereof would leave me empty inside. Swallow my doubt and turn it inside out, find nothing but faith in nothing. Wanna put my tender heart in a blender, watch it spin round to a beautiful oblivion. Rendezvous and I'm through with you. Boom, boom. I burn like a wicker cabinet, soft white and oh so braille. I see our time has gotten stale. Dun 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 chick chick. The tick-tock of the clock is painful, all sane and logical. I wanna tear it off the wall. I hear words in crimson phrases, I think sick like ginger ale. My stomach turns when I exhale. I would swallow my pride, I would joke on the rise, but the lack thereof would leave me empty inside. Swallow my doubt and turn it inside out, find nothing but faith in nothing. Wanting my tender heart in a blender, watch it spin round to a beautiful oblivion. Rendezvous, then I'm through with you. SoCal is where my mind states, but it's not my state of mind. I'm not as ugly sad as you. Dum dum dum. Or am I origami, folded up and just pretend, demented as the movies in your head? Get a karaoke prepared on the second stream, just for times like this. You need at least one monster so they can't respond to the forbidden. Yeah. Can I sing Live and Learn? I don't know Live and Learn, unfortunately. Got that song stuck in my head since Tuesday. The sky was gold. And I immediately... Fuck. What are the first words to that? I'm packed and I'm moving. She's smiling, she's living, she's golden. She lives for me, says she lives for me. Ovation, I want motivation. She comes round and she goes down on me. Then I make her smile like I come to you. Whatever what you wanna do, coming over you. Keep on smiling what we go through. One stop to the rhythm that divides you. Okay. What will we draw for turn? It's always the Gem Knight Fusion, isn't it? And the Max C. Every single game with the Max C. That does allow us to thrust, though. Thrusting makes me feel good. Ash Blossom. Yeah, I think that does it. I mean, I guess we could draw 2 and hope we draw 2. This gotta be 2 hell of a draws, chat. Okay, I learned from my first time. We're gonna Forbidden Droplet, and we're gonna send Gem Knight Fusion, we're gonna send the Triple Tactics, and we're gonna send the other Forbidden Droplet. And they're gonna counter trap, and I'm gonna be like, no, no, no! No counter traps for you, thank you! Unless you got a second one. And it don't look like you got a second one. So, you're negated. In fact, all traps are negated for the rest of the turn. You're negated, and you better believe you're negated. Draw 2. And it's like the one... It's like the one card that's not a one-card starter. It's like the 1/3 of that doesn't do it. And then they're doing this. Okay. I think we might still have a chance. No. Because we could do, like, we could send this. We could summon. We can Gem Knight Fusion. Yeah, all we could do is unfortunately, the Herald of the Orange Light, it saved us in that first duel. And has just been useless in every duel since. To be fair, if this was any board breaker, I don't think it would have gotten us out of here. Oh, I thought this was when summoned. Yep. No monsters that you could summon. Ripperoni. Okay, we'll try a couple more, chat. If we get one more, one or two more losses where like the card in hand is the fucking Herald of Or. But again, I don't know how to like. 2, 1. Okay. Yeah, it feels like every single duel we're up against, we draw the Gem Knight Fusion. And we get hit by Maxi. And now we're up against someone with 10 cards in the extra deck. So, probably not the best duelist, if I had to guess. Oh, are they just playing the... And add one from your deck to the hand. Okay. Are they just playing the Raid Raptor structure deck? No. Damn it. I keep forgetting. Lyralusk in this economy? Yeah, we're just gonna fool those two, because we've already got, like, more than enough for game. Did they choose to go first? No, I made them go first. Well, that was unsatisfying. Huh. Yeah, I guess they wanted to go second because they have Lava Golem and Dark Hole. What a weird lad. Now this is an interesting person. I don't know a lot about their musical taste. You know, they could like a lot of music. The only thing I know for certain is they don't like Rush. They're like, I'll listen to whatever, but no Rush. We got Brilliant Fusion and Scatter Fusion. Really cool. Okay, going for this, which means probably Malice. Malice P Dormouse, activate. Yep, we'll max C. And they've got the Ash. Alright, so it's gonna be up to Lightning Storm, Triple Tack, and these two to beat full power Malice. Will we be able to do it? I don't know. In the meantime... Where was I? Oh yeah. Do 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 do. I'm packed and I'm moving, smiling, she's living, she's golden, she lives for me, says she lives for me, ovation, her own motivation, she comes round and she goes down on me, and I make her smile like a drug for you, do ever what you wanna do, coming home for you, keep on smiling what we go through, one stop to the rhythm that divides you, and I speak to you like the chorus to the verse, chop another line like a coda with a curse, come on like a freak show takes the stage, she give them the games to play, she says I want something else to get me through this semi-charm kind of life, baby, baby, I want something else, not listening when you say goodbye. Do 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 do. The sky was gold, it was rose, I was taking sips of it through my nose, and I wish I could get back there, someplace back there, smiling at the pictures you would take, doing crystal meth will lift you up until you break. I won't stop, I won't come down, I keep stock to the tick-tock rhythm, a bump for the drop, and then I bumped up, I took the hit that I was given, then I bumped again, and said, how do I get back there to the place where I fell asleep inside you? How do I get myself back to the place where you said, I want something else to get me through this semi-charm kind of life. Baby, baby, I want something else. Not listening when you say goodbye. I believe in the sand beneath my toes. The strength is a feeling, an earthy feeling. I believe in the things that go, and the 4-odd chords that make you cry. When I'm with you, I feel like I could die, and that would be alright, alright. And when the plane came in, she said she was crashing. The velveted rips of the city, we tripped to the urge to feel alive. Now I'm struggling to survive those days you were wearing that velvet dress. You're the priestess, I must confess. Those little red panties, they pass the test. Slides down around the belly, face down on the mattress one. And you hold me, and we're broken. Still, it's all I want to do, just for a little I feel myself, head made on the ground. I'm scared, I'm not coming down. No, no, and I won't run for my life. She's got her jaws locked down in a smile. Nothing is alright, alright. And I want something else to get me through this life, baby. I want something else. Not listening when you say goodbye, 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 goodbye. Do 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 do. Goodbye. Yep. They're still going, Chad. I thought the song would be over by now. Who's the lead singer of that band? No idea. Stephen Jenkins? That's apparently the songwriter. I don't know if he's the one who did it. This deck is making me dislike Lewis Carroll. Can I request no rain? I think they're almost done. Are they almost done, chat? Use triple tack to steal Appaloosa and you win. The thing is, how do I get the Appaloosa to trigger when I have no monster effects? He has not yet begun to fight. Yeah, they haven't drawn a whole bunch of cards, which is unusual. 6 streams might not be enough if we have to sit here like this all the time. True! That might take a lot longer. They end on an Omni. Okay, so we Lightning Storm to out the Omni. Then we triple tack to steal the Appaloosa. Then we Scatter Fusion to bait out the Ash or whatever they inevitably draw at the middle of the combo. Then we Brilliant Fusion and win from there. Hopefully. Plus, we're still going to get one more card. Hopefully it's not exactly Gem Knight Fusion or Hollow Core again. He's not even a cool pose. He's just kind of like, whoa, watch out, buddy. Alright. They have ended their board. After 10,000 years, we'll free. God damn it! Every single duel today, we've opened Gem Knight Fusion. Any other card would be preferable. Okay. Let's destroy all attack position monsters. They must to negate that. Is this once per turn? Only, yeah, okay. So that gets negated. Then we triple tack. We take the Appaloosa. I will take this, thank you. Yeah, I'm negating that. Yarp. Alright. Let's go ahead and start with the scatter fusion. Everyone scatter! It's Gem Knight time! Let's see if they've got the Ash or they've got the Dominus Impulse. They've got the Ash. Alright. Yeah, we stopped that. Why not? We've still got one more monster negate, and we're about to get more on board, I think. I can make Ruby because I have the Garnet in the deck, but we actually don't want to do that. Instead, we're going to make Lady Rose. We're going to send you and you. We're going to summon this in attack mode. And I think we just do this one. We do this to get back this, because we haven't normal summoned yet. I accidentally chained both. Mistakes were made. It's fine, it lets us get the Gem Knight fusion in the graveyard. And then that just resolves for no effect. From here we get the... I guess we just get the Hollow Core. Get the Hollow Core. We activate the Hollow Core, which we can do because we play the Garnet. Then we're gonna make Phantom Quartz. We're gonna use the Phantom Quartz. Add a Malice, then you can banish one card on the field. So, Hollow Core, when your opponent activates a card while you have a Gem Knight fusion, banish 3 Gem Knights from your graveyard, including this card, and negate the activation, then all Gem Knights gain 1,000 attack. So, yeah, you know what, I think I'll do that now. 'Cause I can. We'll banish the Hollow Core and the Quartz. A neat bit of negation. And then everyone gets bigger, buddies. We're gonna add the Dispersion from our deck to our hand. Then we're gonna go ahead. We're going to Phantom Quartz. Pay 1,000. We're gonna summon... Yeah, Lady Brilliant. We could shuffle the banished cards back into our deck to make it. This Appaloosa is in our way, unfortunately. Oh, everyone's attack and defense is shifted. That's funny. Okay. Normally you want to tribute off this stuff, but because it's working like this, we're going to do this instead. We're going to use this to get the Master Diamond. Or the Diamond Dispersion, I should say. We're going to tribute this off, and we're going to summon Ruby. We're going to summon Aquamarine. And yeah, I think we go for Prismora. What's the thing that makes our attack and defense switched? Well, this card points. Okay. So let's go ahead. We're going to Gem Knight Fusion. We're going to banish this to add it back. We're going to Prismora. Discard the fusion, pop the red ransom. Thank you very much. We're going to Gem Knight Ruby, tribute off a monster, and gain that much attack. When this leaves the field, we can target a card and return it to the extra deck, or return it to the hand, rather. So, yeah, I think we return... Does this have any battle effect? No, we're going to return this so they can't, like, use it with some kind of shenanigans. And then... Brilliant! Master Diamond! Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun! I don't think we need to do this, but it is very funny. And we get to see the summon animation. And then, fuck it, we don't need the dispersion. Let's just send this off. Give him all his attack back. Battle phase. 3,900. 3,500. 2,450. And for game. Shame we don't have Topaz in rotation, but yeah, we had enough to kill them into the sun. Again, we had extra stuff. We could have done other things. We could have done different stuff, but that was enough. We had it even before then. We didn't even have to use the Brilliant Fusion. Just to show how much this deck can extend into the moon. To be fair, they gave you all the time in the world. No rush. Yeah. I was just writing a note for the editor. I was like, yeah, you know, skip the singing on their turn. People on YouTube don't need to be distracted of me just singing Semi-Charmed Life while opponent, like, combos off or whatever. And then I was like, actually, for the rest of this episode, just assume that you're going to be skipping the opponent's turn. Normally what happens, right, is, I just tell Mr. Metal to, like, assume that you're going to show everything, and I'll write down if you're going to skip. But here it's the opposite. If something happens where I think they need to see the opponent's turn, I'll make a note of it. The singing was fun. It is fun, but if you click on a video to see Yu-Gi-Oh!, you don't necessarily want to see that. Especially, we're trying to shorten these. We're trying to make them not as long. I think that's a reason why people don't click on it. What happened to the editor before Mr. Metal? The editors, they quit. They did other stuff. If you don't know Civet, who's another YouTuber, he edited a lot of the early episodes of Ladder Climb, and he's like, I want to focus on my own channel. I was like, fair enough. Alright. We're going second. We got the bird. We got a starter. We got 2 lightning storms. I think we do still want to wait for them to do something. Add a bestial. Okay. We're just letting them know what we have. Special summon this and Dark Dragon from your deck. That'll trigger Fuelos. Go, Fuelos! Get me the tools. One. Another starter. That is something, I still wish that, like, you didn't have to hover over to see the, like, this. I think this should be on negated cards by default. Just to make it easy to see at a glance who's negated, you know? 2 draws. Brum, 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 brum. Ah, Tachyon Transmigration. You must to control a Galaxy Eyes monster. Oh, I guess they're gonna do that. Is Tachyon good at going first or second now? I won the coin toss and elected to go second. I think they didn't want to go second with this deck. Okay, now they're in attack mode. The funny thing about this is, like, yeah, I have the red reboot. So, like, if they have the Tachyon Transmigration, I can stop it. But this isn't once per turn. So if they search 2 of them, which they often can, because it's a counter trap, they can, like, Tachyon... 1 second. Let me read Tachyon Transmigration again. Activate this as chain link 2 or higher. Negate the activation of your opponent's spell traps and monsters on the chain before this. Okay, and shuffle the negated cards into the deck. I thought it did everything in the chain. I was like, that would be funny if, like, I did something, they Tachyon Transmigration, I read reboot, they Tachyon again, and it negates their own first Transmigration. But no, it only works for, my cards in the chain. So I'm going to have to play carefully. Although, I have all the cards in the world. A Lightning Storm, you can only activate 1. But I believe Tachyon Transmigration negates the activation, doesn't it? Where was that at? Negate the activations of the spell trap, yeah. Which, that's one of those, like, this is a lawyer game for lawyer kind of things. Where it's like, if it says you can only activate once per turn, then if they negate the activation, you can use it again. So if I Lightning Storm, they Transmigration, I can Lightning Storm again. Because it negates the activation. If it says you can only use 1 effect per turn, you use it even if the activation is negated. Likewise, if you have a card like Ash Blossom that says negate the effect but doesn't negate the activation, it's like, well, you activated it. So, what can I say? You could special summon this to either field, I see. And now I can't Lightning Storm. That is unfortunate. I would like to Lightning Storm, please. And now they got 2 of them things. Okay, we're gonna start with Hollow Core because it's the least... Oh wait, we're gonna start with Thrust. We're going to thrust and see if they negate that. And we're just going to get triple tactics talent. Set it to the field? No, no, no. I would like it in my hand, please. Oh, they didn't do it during the... Okay. Well, that's useless for now. We are going to activate Hollow Core. We'll send the Gem Knight Fusion. Hollow Core has been summoned. And then they can summon a Bestial. Interesting that they're going for the Magnamut. Oh, they have the other one already. Gotcha. It may be hard to OTK them from this point, chat. Now they have done that, though, so we can triple tactics talent. Let's just, let's take a little peek, shall we? Let's just take a looky-loo. Okay, they use that. Yeah, I think we know what the hand is. It was basically just trying to get rid of one of their disruptions. I think this will get rid of another one. 2 monsters with different types. Target 1 monster for hire and 1 card your opponent controls. Destroy them. So we can just destroy the Galaxy Eyes, and then if they don't have that, they can't use the counter trap. And it doesn't stop us from attacking directly, unlike SP Little Knight. So, me and you. And they have to use one of them on that. And then I can red reboot, and they have to use the other one on that. So that uses all of their counter traps. Yep, the Tachyon transmigration. It negates everything in the chain immediately. Okay. And now we have no cards. So we can Lightning Storm. Yeah. Let's just get rid of the attack position increase. I don't want to have to deal with that. And normal summon. Normal summon, we're going to get Quartz because we've already used Hollow Core. We're going to activate Quartz, which lets us send a continuous fusion spell. And from here, it's so over. It's so incredibly over. Unless they have something I don't expect, but I think we know what the last card is. Also, if you didn't know, Nephrom is just like immediately normal summon a gem monster. So if you have Gem Armadillo, it's just like, hey, you want some free shit? Here's some free shit. We're getting some more things. You know what? Let's search a second. Let's search Gem Knight Garnet. Why not? Why not? He's neat. Who doesn't like Gem Knight Garnet from time to time? So now I just have to see, okay. Do I have 3 I just need to get 3 gem monsters into the graveyard so I can negate the Bestial before it even comes out. So we could just send this and another Hollow Core. We can Gem Knight Fusion and just our cup runneth over. Let's get the Master because this will make its attack and defense become 0. And we can just tribute it off. Do I even want to do either of these things? No, not really. Who needs to? Who needs them? Let's go ahead and make Quartz to clear some room. Last card is Battle Fader. It doesn't matter what the last card is. We have a negate up. Just get the second dispersion. Why not? Yeah, let's go ahead. We're going to use this. And we're going to summon Ruby, of course. Ruby, 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 Ruby! Whoa, whoa, whoa. And I think we're going to go for Topaz this time. Topaz, if you don't know, can attack twice, and when it destroys something by battle, it deals damage equal to the attack it had. So the neat thing about this, right, is we can activate Phantom Quartz. We can make Master Diamond by shuffling like 3 cards back. And then Master Diamond can steal the effect of a Gem Knight in the graveyard. So Ruby, tribute the Topaz. I didn't even need to make the Aquamarine, I don't know why. And then Master Diamond steal the Topaz effect. So now Master Diamond can attack twice and deals burn damage equal to the monsters that he destroys. The attack of the monster. And because all the stuff says you deal half burn damage during the main phase, they just take 25-25, not worth living in. And then Aquamarine can get in for that last... Oh wait, no. Aquamarine still can't do it. But yeah, this guy does piercing and has 43, so even if they summon the thing and, like, I let it go through and didn't negate it with the Hollow Core, you're still just dying by, like, burn damage. Yeah. Attack for 43. And they're like, I can chump block. And that's, even if this didn't do piercing damage, I could still run over this. No, they would use this to send the other one. Yeah, and we're just gonna like, nah, I don't think you will. Let's just do that and negate it, and there you go. And yeah, that's, I guess if we went first, what we would want to do is make Lady Rose and put Hollow Core in the graveyard. Wait, does Hollow Core activate on my turn? I think it's only during your turn. Let's look at, I mean, either way, we get another win, but let's real quick. Let me remind myself of this effect before I do something stupid when someone forces me to go first. So when your opponent activates a card, while you control a Gem Knight fusion monster, banish 3, yeah. So it's just a negate. It's, you have to banish 3 gems from your graveyard and have a fusion on the field. But it does that. I think it's Lady Rose, what is this? During your turn, when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can banish a Gem Knight, destroy a face-up card on the field. So yeah, this is a disruption, but only during my turn. So really, it's just Hollow Core, if nothing else, or just sitting on Fualos and hoping that's enough. $233. We have a 3-3 win-loss, yeah. To be fair, one of those losses we might have been able to win. And, like, the other 2 were just, like, statistically it's like... And again, you know, I like to, I'd like to point out that, like, how many starters do we have? We have 3 Gem Armadillo. Quartz searches Brilliant Fusion if your opponent has a monster on field. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This searches Quartz. So does Armadillo. Armadillo can also search this. So these are all like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then Brilliant Fusion itself, 10, 11, 12. And Dispersion, add 1 gem monster. So Dispersion searches any of these. And Scatter Fusion... Scatter Fusion can send Nephirim and Quartz to the graveyard. And then you can use Quartz to add Nephirim to hand and then normal summon and search another Quartz. So 1 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We have 16 one-card starters. We have 2 Garnets. And then we have a bunch of hand traps. But like, almost half of our deck is starters. And the first 5 duels we opened with Gem Knight Fusion. And the one duel we just opened 2 triple tactic, no, it was 2 droplet, a thrust, a talents, and a lightning storm. Yeah, and that's why basically if you wanted to know what the meta version of this looks like, it looks like that. Because it's literally just the only hand traps I need are the shit that's gonna help me draw a million fucking cards. Because if I can get Lightning Storm, Brilliant Fusion, and Gem Armadillo, I just win. Yeah, maybe Meowls if you want it. And 1 Meowls. That's the other reason we're not playing the meta one. I don't want to craft something. Oh snap! When and we gain a rank! Wait, I'm not ready! Wait, I'm not ready! 1 second, we gotta wait for the timer to go down so it doesn't look like we're instantly choosing. I want to make it seem like... 1 second, I have a thing for this. I have a thing for this. It's hot as hell, but it's gonna work. Alright! It is time for us to show them the power of the knight! It looks weird from the front, but trust me, it's like a knight helmet. Also, that's very hot. We can fortunately put that up. Very neat thing. Is that fucking True Draco? Are we playing True Draco to rank up? I mean, to be fair, if they activate that thing that says I can't activate monster effects, that might be enough for us. Hopefully they don't have that. Or skill drain. To also be fair, what is this? If I activate anything? Add a True Draco or True King. Okay. So they activate anything and then both of these are on. Molt Charmy Fulos, literally useless. Apocalypse. Okay. Do you have another Floodgate? I guess we're about to find out. Go Nephirim. Search me the tools. Did you activate a goddamn monster effect? Your days are numbered. So they get Dynamite Knight. We already got Brilliant Fusion, so let's just get Hollow Core. And then the only question is, what the hell is this? Let's thrust. For Harpy's Feather Duster? Set it? No. No, I think I'd like to add it to my hand. And yeah, unfortunately for a deck like this, I think that just means the end of them. Thruster for Duster is pretty strong against a deck that's relying on a trap to kill me. Target one monster. Oh no, not my Nephilim. Whatever will I do? Okay. Let's find out what this back row is. They do get another thing. Take one True Draco and either activate it or add it to your hand. You could activate it, that would be funny. No. They think they're going to be able to return. It was Skill Drain! Take that! Your Skill Drain won't help you now! Hollow, hollow. So we're gonna Hollow Core. We're gonna be brilliant about it. We're gonna make Lady Brilliant Diamond, actually, and yeah, that's all. Because Lady Brilliant can tribute off a monster to summon any card from the extra deck. So we can make it, tribute the Hollow Core, get the Dispersion Diamond guy, then use him to summon 3 guys, then add back the Gem Knight Fusion and discard it to give the Lady Brilliant her attack back, then triple tack to draw 3 cards, all sorts of neat stuff, but unfortunately our opponent was playing a deck from like 2014, so they didn't stand a chance. I'm surprised they made it into Diamond, but there we go. I guess these days you can get into Diamond with stuff like that. Or who knows, maybe they played Malice up until now, and now they're just trying to do it. But either way, we got our way up into Diamond 4. We're progressing quite nicely after a little rough patch at the beginning. And you got to see a cool new hat. How often do you get to see that? Don't say every month. 241. Every month. Mods ban that person. Did Joe make this hat? No, I bought it off Etsy. Like 2 years ago. It's really good too. Like it's made of like, if you did, it's like wool. It's like wool, so it's warm as heck, which is the only bad thing because it's still pretty hot. It's like 80 outside. And again, they managed to put like enough mobility, so not only does this functional as like if you could put it up to be the knight or you can bring it down, but now your mouth is warm too, and you don't have to look like you're an ice agent or whatever. You know, you don't have one of those like ski masks. Night leg for the rest of the month. Yeah, again, it is too hot to be doing that. It's actually cool as hell. What shop do you get that from? I don't remember. It's been like 2 years. I can look it up after this duel, though. Because I should still have the history, right? Who do I ban? The guy who said every month. Savage Arms. Just for like 5 minutes. Just to let him know, you know? Show him who's boss. Me. I'm the boss. I'm the cake boss. Oh, hello. It's Dormouse. You have committed to a summon. Go, Maxi! Win me the duel! Oh, this was just a bluff because I thought I had Imperm. Neat. Both of these things? I don't think I need both of these things. Oh, they still going. They're like, fuck it, we ball, fuck it, we ball, fuck it, we ball, fuck it, we ball. Oh wait, no, that's not the one that summons. What does the field spell do again? Okay. So I don't necessarily even need to use the Feather Duster. I can just wait for them to do something and hit it with the reboot. Because the field spell doesn't do anything unless they have a link, and even then it's just I gotta attack the link first. Spa! I'm like, do I even... I mean, it's the... I was like, I should save... I don't need to use both of these. But why not? Why not just use both of them? I ain't making it past this turn. If I don't win now, I'm just out of it. No. This card should probably be banned, by the way. You know, as satisfying as it is to go to a trap deck and be like, no, it always sucks when there's a card that, like, turns off most of the cards in the deck. See, this is where if they play Waking the Dragon, they can set it, and then the Feather Duster will destroy it. Anyway, Gem Armadillo. You got an Ash? No? Okay. Let's get a Nephirim. At this point, that's all. Like, they can't activate other stuff. I'm just waiting for them. I'm just trying to get them to use an Ash or whatever. Or just doing stuff until I can get 3 gems in the graveyard so that Hollow Core's online. And then if they do Ash, I can negate it. They have to have, like, exactly, like, Ash Nibiru in order for this to really work. Okay, so we can get these 2, and we can make Phantom. Gonna catch them all because he's just a phantom. Gonna catch them all because he's just a phantom. Go Phantom. Okay. And that does stop, like, this has the fusion where I can shuffle stuff back. But I don't need that to win. You've seen that before. Get those both. We're just gonna grab the Dispersion. And because we searched the Nephirim... Okay, they doing stuff. They're just trying to build a wall. Why do we build the wall? Doom, doom, doom. Great song. 10 out of 10. Dispersion. We can fusion summon. And because we have the Nephirim in hand, we want a normal summon. We're going to make Seraphonite. And make Seraphonite. We normal summon the Nephirim. We get another card. We activate the Quartz to get the Scatter Fusion. We activate Brilliant Fusion. We got the Fusion in the graveyard. We can add back. We're just summoning all over the place. Discount Summon Warehouse. Granted, we did the... We started with Maxi, yeah. I just noticed the enemy profile pic. Oh, the heart around... Is that Ray? No, that's Rose, right? I can't tell if that's Ray or Rose. Either way, they're clearly a fan of Sky Strikers. Is that the Necros guy? Oh shit, it might be. Loading in. Versus an opponent who's totally awesome. We got the Max C and no starters, so we want to try to activate it tactically. Yeah, send one. So we'll get at least 2 off of this. This might be a little tricky. Oh, Ryuge, I see. The War Zone. Okay. Yep, that's fine. They get 1 of each. Adding the Doggeran to their hand. If all goes well, there won't be a turn for them to activate that. But wait, now they're locked into Dragon, Worm, Sea Serpent. Okay, we max C here. Yeah, they can make D-Fissure, which will suck. But yeah, I'm trying to think. Isn't the whole point, if you're playing this with Voiceless, don't you want to do the Voiceless stuff first? Because now you're locked. They go for this. Any monster sent from the field to the graveyard. Okay, it's only field to graveyard, so I could still, like, Brilliant Fusion and shit. They didn't have that one, actually. So they can bounce one back to the hand and they can negate something. Which is unfortunate. Because it doesn't involve any kind of monster activation. Yeah, every once in a while we get anti-meta'd. Monster on the field. Okay, but this isn't on the field. Okay, so we can activate Quartz. Hopefully that last one isn't called by. Yeah, we're just going for Brilliant Fusion. Time to be brilliant! Oh, I forgot these had a... Oh, wait, yeah, it's that. Okay. Yeah, it returns it to the hand. Does that count as a It does! It counts as a monster effect, chat. The question is, what do we want to do? Okay, I'm going to draw 2 first. See if we can get to a starter. If we do, then we can use this to get Feather Duster. If not, we grab the Dispersion. Garnet and a card we can't activate. Okay, we've got to get the Dispersion, unfortunately. Yeah. Set it to your field? No. So we can activate this. We can... Wait. I can fusion summon? I don't have Gemnite Fusion in my graveyard, though. Is this a bug? Am I misreading something? Oh, it's because I can use ones in my hand. Okay. No, we want to do this. And we want to add a Hollow Core. Okay, so we activate Hollow Core, send the Gemnite Fusion, summon, special summoner Ryuge. Yeah, I'm gonna say no to that. I would prefer if you did not. Whatever you're planning, I don't want to see it. Negate the activation. It doesn't destroy. Okay. So then we're going to make Phantom Quartz. We're going to see if we can get the other Dispersion. Huh. Can they not activate this for some reason? Seems like they should be able to. Okay, so now we can use the second one because we have the Gemnite Fusion in the graveyard. And... yeah, that would use a card on the field. Trying to think. I haven't used a Quartz this turn, have I? I have. So I can't get Scatter Fusion. Yeah, I think we just need to go for the Master Diamond. The Dispersion. Okay, they got tired of waiting and they said, I quit. I'm not sure if we actually had game from that standpoint, because as people were pointing out, as soon as we destroy something, they get a card out of their extra deck. And I'm trying to think, we'd have to use the 2 and we'd get the 1, and we could maybe... yeah, it would be a pretty hard thing, because all we'd get is, like, Ruby, Sapphire, and Topaz, and I'm not sure if we could get all the way to Master... no, we could probably get to Master Diamond, too. Either way. Doesn't Hollow Core negate? Good point. I have so many things, I forget about them sometimes. $50-card deck. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, work through the plays in my head. So, like, if we activate this, we summon Master Diamond, and we send, like, Nephirim and Quartz, and, Nephirim, Quartz, and we can only use 2 cards from the deck with this. So we'd also have to send Phantom Quartz from the field. And that makes us Master Diamond. Master Diamond, or when we send these, Quartz will get us back a card from the graveyard, and Nephirim will discard the Garnet in our hand to summon itself. So summon, and then grab like another Hollow Core or another Quartz. Then we tribute off the Master Diamond to get Ruby and Aquamarine and Topaz. And then we can banish 1 Gemnite from the graveyard to get the OG Gemnite Fusion back to our hand. And because we'll have the Nephirim and whatever we grabbed back with Quartz on the field, we can use those 2 plus Aquamarine to make... no, we make Lady Brilliant. Lady Brilliant tributes off the Topaz to summon Master Diamond. Master Diamond banishes the Topaz to get its effect. Then we attack with Lady Brilliant, attack with Ruby, we do the burn damage, and I think that's a game. Is Gemnite better than Ancient Gears? It's definitely more effective, especially in the modern thing. The thing is, like, Ancient Gears is probably worse in general, especially because it requires your opponent to have monsters on the field to OTK, unless you play a bridge to do one specifically where that's not the case. So you're in, like, a weird setup. This, if you just clear the board, you can just attack. You don't have to leave them on stuff that might be able to stop you. But Ancient Gears does also have this, which is like the most broken card ever. During the turn they're summoned, your opponent cannot target Ancient Gears with card effects, and they can't be destroyed. Also, your opponent cannot activate cards in response to Ancient Gear cards and effects. So if you activate this, it basically just says, Ancient Gears can't be targeted, destroyed, or negated. And this is searchable, but you don't get it as much as you want, and enough people know about this to, like, if they stop the fortress, then you're just doomed. What's it called? So this is people saying, like, the go first Gem Knight, you play Artifact Mjolnir. If this card is summoned during your opponent's turn, target one artifact in your graveyard, summon it. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of until the end of the next turn, except artifact monsters. There's some way to summon this to your opponent's side of the field. And if you do that going first, what are they gonna do? I've seen 4 different ways to do it. Okay. Pretty darn good hand. No max C or anything, but... Oh. 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 I see. Stun, is it? Unfortunate. Yeah, the Ryo actually makes it kind of suck, but I think we're still good. We still want to get rid of the back row, because that's way more important. Yeah, we don't have to deal with the Solemn Strike. Fortunately, Quartz sets from the deck. So that doesn't stop us. And we can try to scatter Fusion first, see if they have like Ghost Ogre or something stupid like that. Yeah, do we? Yeah, we make this. We send you, and we send you. And we're just going to activate the Nephirim. Nephirim, send Nephirim. That way we get it on without using our normal summon. We're going to activate the Hollow Core. They got something they can activate. I don't know what it is. I'm a little scared, to be honest. Let's do this. We'll set Brilliant Fusion. And now we have more than 3 in the graveyard, so we can just make Quartz. Quartz can't search, but now if we negate, we can set it back to do other stuff. And we're just gonna do this. Let's see. Yeah, we go Master Diamond. And I'm pretty sure this is just game. We'll send the Garnet. Garnet can feel special. Do we want to add one? Yeah, actually, you know what? You know what? Let's add back the Garnet. We need to put on more damage. Fuck you. I'll summon Garnet. Yeah, that's why he's here. He has 1900. Dominus Impulse. How about no? How about no? What about all your precious trap cards? If they were now negated, how about no? How about no? Yeah, and then we don't even need to go for, like, Master Diamond. Everyone gains 1,000. Fucking guys are big, big, big. Yeah. Just get 3 guys and then Garnet's up at 2,900. Like, now's my chance. Like, oh, they surrendered. Oh, they saw what was coming and they flinched. They're like, I'm out of here. This deck is bullshit. Update available. Okay. Well, I guess we're done playing for now. You know what, chat? This seems like a good opportunity to go get the air fryer started. I'm going to cook up some raviolis for dinner. Y'all like raviolis, right? Enjoy the meat. Oh, it's already done. Oh, it's already, well. It's fine. You know what? Enjoy the bagpipes anyway. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just starting something. It won't take that long. Oh. Wait, there's no notifications? What did they update, chat? Why did I have to download 50 gigabytes? Or megabytes or whatever? It better not be a fucking crypto miner or something. Are they crunchy like last time? I certainly hope not. Yeah, they got 5 minutes. We'll be going a little extra late today, chat. So we got 5 minutes. Is there anything you want to yap about while the air fryer's heating up? Anything on your mind? Go gigabytes. Dark Ruler no more. It's a decent card in certain formats. The problem is it's one of those cards that's like only good going second. And if you're playing a go second deck, most of them want to OTK. How tall is Hardleg? I'm like 6'2". Jane Goodall passed. We could talk about primatology. I don't know anything about primatology or Jane Goodall. I mean, I know, like, she was a researcher who studied apes and stuff. She's been parodied a whole bunch, but I'm not super familiar with her work. I am at least an inch tall. Yeah, I'm like 6'2", and I'm like 300 pounds, I think. You got the Beyblade Burst Quad Strike opening stuck in my head. I'm really sad because I uploaded that thinking, like, there's no way they'll copyright strike the 30-minute intro while I'm talking over it. But no, that stream VOD got, like, absolute... Like, I'm gonna have to go back and just cut that whole part out. I'm one of the largest Yugi-tubers in the business. I mean, I guess technically, it depends what you mean by one of the largest. Because that's the thing, is, like, that could apply to, like, you know, you don't have a set number. It's like I got a thing from YouTube where they're like, hey, we just want to let you know that we really appreciate you. Because you're actually in the top 30% of all YouTube channels. And on the one hand, it's like, wow, I didn't know there were, like, you know, because I have 70,000 subscribers. Obviously, I make a career out of that. But I feel like you're not really like noticeable until like 100K, and there's still YouTubers with like millions who go under the radar, who make videos that don't get a whole bunch of views or whatever. Hardleg is a household, yeah. I think there's maybe like 2 or 3 YouTubers who would be household names, and about 100 that would be like people of a certain generation or in a certain skill level will like know about them. And I feel like I don't even reach that much. Curdled bean bread. Thank you for the prime hype and the disgusting image. He's a household name in my house. Hoorah! Because I'm the only person living here. I'm so lonely. But, yeah, it's one of those things, too, where it's like, I'm in, like, I think, like, the top 1% or the top 10% of Twitch channels. And it's not because, like, having 200 viewers is, like, a huge number or anything. It's because there's, like, 1 million people trying to do Twitch who are sitting at, like, 0 and 1 viewers. And so the average is super low. Oh, give me a moment. My thing's beeping. I have to put my raviolis in now, and that'll take slightly longer. Here, I think I can do it in the time it takes the shoobity bop to play. So just enjoy the shoobity bop for 2 minutes. I made it back in record time. But yeah, ravioli, what's in the pocketoli? Someone before, they're like, how has the Discord Democracy Project been going? Yeah, if you don't remember, I actually made a series of videos about this, because I thought it would be really interesting. After watching a video about a bunch of, like, virtual democracies that were on Minecraft and Discord and Reddit and stuff like that, I was like, yeah, maybe I could turn my Discord into a democracy. We'll have elections, and the people will rule everything, and maybe it'll make it more fun, because right now my Discord is kind of like just like a place, because I'm not very social, I'm not very good at having events or whatever. And so we went through this whole process of having elections and everything, and I remember beforehand being like, this is either going to be like a brilliant idea or a terrible idea. I'm going to come back here in like a 6 months to a year and either be like, this was the greatest thing ever, it revitalizes the Discord, or this was a terrible idea and we're never doing it again. And it turns out it was neither of those things. It was it's been okay. You know, they've made a couple changes, the Senate has. We've got some mods now. We've got more active mods. But my Discord has always been a really chill place, so the mods, like, have almost nothing to do. The mods have almost nothing to do, and the senators all ran on, like, I want to do this, I want to change this. They all had, like, an idea. And I think 3 of them, like, they almost immediately were just like, here's what we want to change, and then they did it. And then one guy was like, I want to do this, and he couldn't get enough, like, groundswell through it, and then he just kind of, like, lost interest and gave up. And then, since then, they just really haven't done a whole lot. We have, like, a board where people can talk to the senators if they have a problem, or if they have any, like, suggestions for how to improve the server, or things to make things better. And people just don't really use that. They, like, no one has, like, great ideas. We have some events and stuff that are taking place, and some of the Discord people like the tournaments and the movie nights or whatever. But they're not doing anything, like, amazing or anything. Very insightful point share. Oh, that was while I was gone. And so, yeah, it turned out to just be like, yeah, nothing ever happens. The coalition, aka me, Ariane, Wham Bam, we occasionally go, we should fix this, and then we do. That be politics. If only Congress, yeah. You know, it's the old saying, like, no news is good news. If the newspaper's like, nothing especially exciting happened these days, then it's like, hey, I would rather have a slow news day than have a busy news day. Gem Knights are good, but can they beat Home? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Home is a good Dream Theater song. It's not a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, though. Yeah, the big interesting thing will be the election. The terms last for 1 year. So it'll be interesting to see when the next term comes around if there's anyone who really wants to, like, take over for the senators who are already there. If the senators who are there will want to run again, or if they'll be giving up their positions. Because right now, I haven't been getting... Granted, maybe there's people who are disappointed and just haven't said anything. Maybe they're biding their time. But we don't seem to have anyone who's really upset about anything. Can they beat Goku? No. Probably not. I think Goku can deal more than 4,000 damage. I asked about the LOL reference because your title of your stream is something the Gem Knights in League of Legends. Isn't it? Didn't I just say gems? It's truly outrageous. That's not a reference to League of Legends. That's a reference to the 80s cartoon Gem. The 80s cartoon Gem. Well, I tune into my own stream so I get the echo. I tune into my own stream so I get the echo. Well, it's into my own stream so I get the echo. It's tradition, chat. Well, it's tradition, chat. Well, it's row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Merrily, 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 row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Merrily, 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 row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Merrily, merrily. Fun times. But yeah, if you don't know, there's an 80s cartoon called Gem, and the theme song is like, Gem, she's truly outrageous, truly, truly, truly outrageous, whoa, whoa. And so if you're like, oh, that's a reference to League of Legends, they have a card named Gem, or a character named Gem, and they say they're truly outrageous, they're referencing the 80s show too. But since you probably haven't seen the 80s show, you think it's like a LOL reference. Which happens more often. There's so many times where it's like, oh, I remember that from Family Guy. Like, Family Guy was actually parodying a much older thing. Saying chat is such common slang nowadays. I've seen some preschoolers saying, chat, are we cooked? Very interesting. It's just something about that giggles. There's like a bunch of kids sitting there like building blocks. And then, like, it starts to teeter. They're like, I think we're cooked, chat. And then it falls over and they start crying. They're like, ah, epic fail. When a game makes a reference to a thing from an era I wasn't even alive for. It was made into a terrible live-action movie, like so many things. Yeah, so far, I don't know. They'd be like, I don't know a lot of kids. I don't hang out with a bunch of kids. That's probably for the best, but it also probably doesn't need to be said for the most part. But I do have a niece and a nephew. My niece is, I believe, 8 now, and my nephew is 6. But their parents are both like, you know, like their mom is a nurse, and so she's tuned into enough medical stuff to be like, yeah, the kids aren't getting cell phones until they're like 13. We try to keep them away from screens when possible. They're allowed to play games from time to time, but they're not allowed to watch YouTube. And so every once in a while I'll be like, so, do you kids watch that Skibbity Toilet? And my niece is just like, the boys in my school say Skibbity sometimes, but I think they're dumb. Zoink, Scoob! Chad is totally cooked! I think if I worked on my Shaggy, I could probably do a pretty good Shaggy. But I don't really want to be good at doing a Shaggy voice. You know? Good on their parents, to be honest. Yeah, they're pretty good people. I mean, not to brag or anything, but my brother and his wife, they're pretty good. They do get, they have some, I won't say like political beliefs, but like they're kind of easy to influence with like stupid shit. But at the same time, I also understand it because like you're raising two like who up until now, like you've spent the last 3 or 4 years like raising toddlers where you constantly have to wake up at like 4 o'clock in the morning while also like while also working jobs. I think it was Patton Oswalt where he was like, I remember going to the supermarket and I've seen people like grown men in their 30s or 40s or whatever wearing just like sweatpants and a t-shirt, just kind of lazily like going through the aisle, and it looks like they're really out of it. And I'm like, they're clearly not on drugs, but what's up with your life, man, that you're just walking around in like your pajama pants while half asleep? He's like, and then I had kids. And it's just like, yeah, it's 7 o'clock in the morning and I haven't slept because they've been up all night sick, and now I have to go to get chicken noodle soup because we're out of that. And so I'm just like stumbling into the supermarket with like 5 o'clock shadow, like smelling terrible in my pajama pants, just like, where's the soup aisle at? And so it's like, yeah, I get it. They probably don't have time to like watch the news and read about history and like really get an in-depth understanding of the political climate. But they try their best. They're good people, despite everything. Have you tried playing Mind Goblin? No, I haven't. That sounds like a setup for like a joke. Like asking me, have I played Updog? Did the thing beep and I just missed it because I was yapping? No, now it's beeping. And now I'm back from outer space. It's fun. I don't know who designs the boxes for the toasted raviolis. On it, they're like, cook this at this temperature for 6 minutes. I cook it for 12, and they still seem a little underdone. Orion's Euphoria. Thank you for the prime hype. Always appreciated. Donate to the critter now. Critter with a K, yeah. It's Critter with a K for search engine optimization, the same reason Genesis format is spelled wrong. Yeah, if you don't know, toasted ravioli, it's a St. Louis special. It's so weird. I think I went to North Carolina and I went to a restaurant and they're like, oh, we have ravioli. I was like, oh, I'll take some ravioli. And then I get like this soft, doughy stuff covered in pasta. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I had no idea that there were other raviolis other than toasted ravioli. But apparently, not only do most people think of ravioli as like a soft, gooey pasta, most people don't even know that like toasted ravioli exists. It's apparently only really a thing around St. Louis. But it's just the same thing. It's just you fry it or you bake it so that the outside gets more crunchy. It's in KC too. Well, yeah, but Kansas City is partially in St. Louis. And yeah, it's just a nice crunchy crust. And inside there's like seasoned beef with like a little bit of vegetables or something mixed in. What? Kansas City is on the border with Kansas and Missouri. And there's a Kansas City, Kansas, and a Kansas City, Missouri. And they're basically just kind of like side by side with a river dividing them, I believe. Someone leaked the pack. Leaks and upcoming events. They haven't been good with, Oh, is it somewhere other than Master Duel Meta? Because that was the thing I noticed. They used to be like they were leaking every month telling what the upcoming thing was. But they haven't done one since May. Mitsurugi, Dragon Ruler, and question mark Orchist. The inside guy probably got caught. See, I thought that they were like, whatchamacallit, I thought they were doing that thing, like decompiling the game or whatever to look for stuff that had been inserted. Data mining, yeah, thank you. So he actually had someone inside Konami giving him information. Alright, let's jump back in. I can do this and eat at the same time. Who says I can't? Oh, shit. Oh, 1 second. I don't have the right hat on. Don't look. Don't look, I'm bald. You don't want to see that. It's like finding out Santa Claus isn't real. Hardleg doesn't have hair. All right, knights and squires, let's suit up and prepare to go into Diamond 3. Is that what? Diamond 3, yeah. We got a Charmy. Charmies are cool, you know? Let's see. I'll say no to that. Again, I want to wait for them to commit to something. I have one starter, but I would like multiple starters if possible. Oh, this is not sitting there. There we go. It doesn't look super... Whoa, wait, what? So they're okay, so this is a nice window into what we could be playing. The Go First Gem Knights. It's a mirror. Lock in. And Tearlaments. Yeah, we'll just do this. Hopefully they don't have Ash Blossom. I can't imagine they would with a combo deck like this. No, but they are playing Droll Lock. And a crime! They get the Lurry. Summon the Lurry. Alright, I get at least one draw. Redo! And set to... Huh. They just walling up? And then they can activate this during my turn? Alright, that's pretty good. Unfortunately, I don't have a monster, so I can't stop them from activating the redo. Although, does redo attaches for effect, right? Yeah, so I can stop that. If and I want to. Yeah, I think we'll just do this now. Yep, we'll just send off the one. Oh. Oh, I got confused over the wrong fucking effect. I'm dumb. That was a major misplay. Okay. Let's see what the hell they can make. And can it play through Feather Duster Lightning Storm? Amethyst. Return all set spell traps from the field to the hand. Huh. I guess we hit this. Heartbeat. Get a Tearlament trap back if you want. That'll help you for the next turn that ain't coming. Okay. GG, I suppose. Let's add a gem monster. Let's go for Nephirim. Nephirim, normal summon. Activate. Get Quartz. Quartz activate. Get Brilliant Fusion, and there you go. I don't know what the hell they were trying to do. Where's your bat? Oh, the bat's right here. I don't think it really fits being a knight, you know, maybe a modern knight, but I look more like a deranged, like, suburban man. I'd say homeless man, but honestly, I'm more scared of, like, the suburban dads who are just, like, a little too into it, you know what I mean? Either way, we rank up into Diamond 3, and we beat the mirror match, so that's cool. I'm really confused what are we looking at here. Okay, they're playing Lancias. They're playing, see, I'm not the only one playing 3 Orange Light. They're playing Green Light 2 and an Ava. Is this the only Gem Knight they're playing? Doesn't look like they're playing the Artifact Mjolnir. If you don't know, there's like a combo where they can summon that to your field, and Mjolnir says you can't summon anything but artifacts. So it's just another, like, gimmick puppet style way to lock you out of shit. But this just looks like bad tier limit. Maybe they got a bad hand. I don't know. We'll take what we can get, though. Go first, Gem Knights? Question mark? Oh. Doo-doo-doo. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's take that after I'm done. They're just using Brilliant Fusion to help with tier stuff. So this is the only Gem Knight they play. So Gem Knight, okay. So you just use Brilliant Fusion, and then you send Nephirim and any Tearlament. That'll trigger the Tearlament effect. And then Nephirim if you have another card. And this sends from hand to graveyard as an effect. The colon's here. So if this is sent, you can send one card. So this summoning from the graveyard will also trigger stuff like Rhino Heart and Shiren and Hapness. So you got double ways to do stuff. And it's also just a level 4, which doesn't lock you, so you can use it to make rank 4s or whatever. What are the materials for Kit Kalos? A Tearlament and an Aqua? How is Brilliant Fusion a 1-card Kit Kalos? Because you need a Gem Knight and an Aqua. And you're not sending the Aqua Gem Knight, you're sending Nephirim. So you have to send Nephirim and a Tearlament. But this is the Tearlament. Where are you getting the Aqua for Kit Kalos? Oh! You use Amethyst on the field. Gotcha. How do you think this compares to other Go Second decks you've played, like Scareclaw or Ancient Gears? It's more fun, personally. But as I've said many times, I'm someone who likes complicated decks. I like decks when they aren't super simple. Scareclaw was a deck I always recommended to new players because it is dirt simple. Every single Scareclaw starts your 1-card link combo. Every single OTK is make the try-hard or whatever with 2 things behind it. There's not a whole lot of like skill expression. There's not a whole lot of options. You're just clearing the field and making the same thing. Ancient Gears has a little bit more, but it is a lot of like, oh, did you get the thing, the fortress or whatever that stops everything? Yeah, then you just go bonkers. You could copy that list. I could. Yeah, as Chad is pointing out, if you're curious about this, it's basically just like, this makes Kit Kalos. Because you activate this to summon Amethyst. Amethyst says a Gem Knight and an Aqua. The Tearlaments are Aquas. They hit the graveyard. while this hits the field, and then you shuffle back the Havness and the Amethyst to make Kitkalos, because that's a Tearlament and an Aqua monster. And then if this hits the ground, and if you have a Sheeran or a Rhino Heart or a Mudora or an Engraver or whatever in your hand, you can send that off to summon this, and it's just like another level 4 that you can use for like level 4 plays. Other than that, I don't know why they're playing Dispersion. Because you wouldn't want to summon this. When this is summoned, add a Gem Knight card. This is the only Gem Knight card they're playing, right? And I'm not missing anything? So, like, all you can do with Dispersion is search this, and all this can do is search another copy of itself? No, it can't search another copy of itself. Yeah, I don't know why you would play these. The other effect doesn't work unless you have Gem Knight Fusion in the graveyard. At least from the deck. I guess you could just use it as, like, a fusion. It's the normal summon to make Moon. Ah, I see. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I'm like, if you play a Hollow Core and a Gem Knight Fusion, yeah, you do now have, like, 2 Garnets, essentially, in your deck. But then you could, like, normal summon Nephirim. You could send one, special summon this in defense. Yeah. So you could, like, normal summon Nephirim, grab Hollow Core send the Fusion to summon itself, then use Nephirim and Hollow Core to make Moon of the Closed Heavens and go full Fiendsmith combo. And then if you have some way to also end on like a Gem Knight Fusion, you'll have this, this, and this in the graveyard, so you'll have another negate. But they're not playing these two, they're just playing 2 of the Nephirim and 1 of the Dispersion. Also, what level is Hollow Core? 7. Okay. I was like, if it was 6 or 8, that would be a big deal. Have you enjoyed other deck builder games like Inscription, Slay the Spire, and Balatro? Inscription and Balatro are 2 of my favorite games of all time. Those are both games that I have 100% completed. Platinumed it. Gotten every single achievement, including the ones that seem impossible. I'm still playing Balatro. I might play Balatro later tonight. Slay the Spire, didn't care for it. Like, didn't really enjoy it at all. I don't get the appeal of it. And everyone kind of lumps them together, and I'm like, I don't know, it just didn't... It didn't seem particularly interesting. Did you finish Silk Song? Yes. I did finish Silk Song with 100% completion, but 100% isn't actually 100%. There's still some stuff I need to do. I kind of want to go back. There's apparently a boss I missed who is not counted towards 100% completion. And, there's also, like, some charms, or I think they're called mementos, that you get from, like, doing really hard challenges. There's, like, 8 of them, and I didn't get those. Those aren't counted towards completion either. But I want to do that. I also want to get the speedrun achievement, where you beat the game in under 3 hours. I think I could do that. I might try to do that during the Patreon hangout. How did you complete Completionist on Balatro? What was it? The trick is The trick to doing that, how you get most of the... If you don't know, Balatro, it's kind of like a roguelike deck builder, and the completionist double plus achievement is to get a gold sticker on every joker. The jokers are like the randomly picked things you get to modify your run. There's 150 of them, and about 20 really good ones, and the rest are like of dubious quality. And gold sticker means you make it to the final boss and beat them on the hardest difficulty. So getting a gold sticker on every single joker is like, it took me months. It's very difficult. However, you can do a lot of the work by playing the Anaglyph deck. The Anaglyph deck, every time you beat the one of the bosses, you get a double tag. And the double tag will double... If you don't know Balatro, every run you have a chance to skip certain encounters in exchange for some kind of reward. Sometimes it's money, sometimes it's a free joker, sometimes it's like you can re-roll the boss so that the boss is a different thing if the one coming up like counters your strategy. And Anaglyph is like double that. So if you would get $25 from skipping, you now get $50. One of the rarer skips to get is a negative joker, which is you can only hold 5 jokers normally, but negatives don't count towards that. They basically, like, you can add them on in addition to whatever. They're very rare, they're very hard to get, but if you keep doing Anaglyph runs, you'll eventually get to, like, you'll beat 7 bosses, so you'll have 7 copies of it, and then you'll find the negative skip, and that basically means you go there, and then in the shop, the next 7 jokers you run into will just be the negative ones that you can just add on to your run. So if you've already got like a winning run, you can just grab 7 jokers that you would never normally be able to win the game with and just add them on. And then you beat the game like you beat, because the boss is the beating Balatro is beating the boss of the 8th ante. So you go to the 8th one, you have a whole bunch of like negative jokers just tacking on the side, and then you just get gold stickers on them because they were hanging around while you beat the boss. Anaglyph farm negative tags, yeah. Essentially. The thing I've been doing lately, if you watch me play Balatro, I'm trying to go infinite. The score to Balatro can get really high, but it does cap out in, I think, what was it, like 9 times 10 to the 310th power. So 9 with 310 zeros after it. Getting that is like... There, like if you look up, like, how do you go infinite in Balatro, there's like 5 specific ways to do it. You need a very specific build where you get very specific cards. You cannot simply just like play really well and play whatever you want and get a good thing. Like, no, you have to do one of these like 5 tactics. And yeah, if you do that, it displays Nain Inf, which is not a number infinite, essentially. The percolator, yeah. And so I've been doing runs trying to get that specific run, and every time something happens. But I've been getting really good at like learning how to farm the early game so that I can get like consistently end on like the same kind of stuff. How I can consistently make it to the end game to make attempts at it. Have you tried with a seeded run? That's not fun. That's too easy. If you do it with a seeded run, then you're just following the instructions. Because you know exactly what cards you're going to get and when. I'm just rolling the bones. Is it just me, or does it feel like I've played almost exclusively Japanese players today? Have Americans given up playing Master Duel? Alright. Hello, Garnet. Nice to meet you. I was like, wait, are they talking about Max C? They're not. In Japanese, it's G. Sure, if you summon that from the deck, I'll get a card. Never mind. This might be a little tough one, chat. The only board breaker we have is Red Reboot. And we're up against Primite, which does not usually play traps. Not Dippity, Duston is funnier. He's the proud dust of them all. It's fine. This gives me a chance to eat my raviolis. Grinding the negative tags seem kind of high rolly. It's not as difficult as it seems. And the thing is, if you're doing the anaglyph deck, right, and you make it to like right before the boss, and you haven't seen the negative tag, you can still just go for like another tag and then get like a whole bunch of vouchers that'll make your deck better, get a whole bunch of money and just like customize. There's a lot of like combos where you can win the game using just like 4 jokers, and so that 5th one can be whatever you want. So there's been plenty of times like doing that where I didn't get the big high roll combo, but instead I just got like a 4-card combo that is enough to beat the final boss, and then the 5th one I just re-rolled until I found a joker that didn't have like a gold sticker on it and bought that one. And it's like, getting one is better than getting nothing. That being said, if you're at the point where you're at 80 out of Now, if you're at 80 out of 150, that's probably a good route. It's like the last 15 took like half the time. The last 10 took forever. Because I remember I got to a point where like I did the anaglyph thing, where I got like 12 negative jokers or something like that, and just, they all already had gold stickers on them. Like, I did the thing, but I didn't have enough stuff that didn't require the, like, there weren't enough new ones that it actually benefited me. Have you ever done a run with Obelisk? Yeah, I don't really like Obelisk. It's like one of my least favorite jokers. Because it basically, like, you have to get it early for it to work, and you also have to be able to, like... Or you don't have to get it early. But, if you don't know, chat, Obelisk is a joker where it basically gives you a big multiplier if you play any hand except for your most played hand. Which is a problem because most builds will consolidate around doing one specific type of hand. Like, you'll get one where, like, you want to hold a bunch of cards in your hand, so you just play, like, 1 card. Sometimes you have the pants, so you do 2 pair, you do flushes or straights or 5 of a kind or whatever. And so in order to make that work, you either need to get it early and, like, purposely start building towards, like, a 5 of a kind build, while also not playing 5 of a kind at any point up to that, so that during the latter half you can focus on exclusively doing that. Or you just have to, like, start with one build and then find that halfway through at a point where you can pivot. Alright, that's a good start. What does this actually do? During the main phase, okay, yeah, max C. Tribute this, tribute any number of fabled, take control. So they can take control of one monster. And they can target... They have the Rextrum. Unaffected by cards while equipped with a Fiendsmith. Does this give any attack? Gains attack equal to the link monsters equipped to it times 6. So 6, 12, 18. So it'll have 48. That's a bit hard to get over. I can get over it, assuming I can get that high. Let's start with this. And we're going to get the Scatter Fusion, which, I mean, if they know the deck, they know that that tells them I have the Brilliant Fusion in hand. Let's do this. Let's make Lady Rose right off the bat. We're going to send you and... you. We're going to, yeah, use this. Oh, I could have done the normal summon thing. That would have been better. Actually, yeah, let's send off the red reboot, because I can't imagine I'll use it. Okay. It's tribute any number of fabled. So if I destroy this, they can't tribute themselves. So they gotta have fabled in the hand. Lancia. Ah, fucking Lancia. But I could still do it now, and I might as well. Just force them to activate anything. I was really hoping that, like, before they activated this, I could get the Hollow Core, but now I can't Hollow Core because of the wait, they didn't activate it. Oh, okay. Cool, man. Cool. So they just didn't do anything. Target one fiend. Oh, shuffle it into the deck, and then... yeah, so it just comes back. And now I have no... either way, I can't banish. But now it's just seeing if, like, can I get over something that big? You just go to defense mode, son? That was a bad move. Thinking. Okay. So we're gonna Brilliant Fusion. We're gonna make Master Diamond. We're gonna send all sorts of shit. this, we can add one card back from our deck to our graveyard to hand. Yeah. Then we're going to use the effect, normal summon again. Yeah, we get 3 more summons, but I think we can do it. Or can we do it in less? No, I'd have to summon Hollow Core in order to... Either way, it's 3 summons. Okay, so we get this. We go here. 1. Go ahead and get the search, see if they can keep us off of... Nope. Okay. Do I just get Gem Knight Fusion? No, because then the Hollow Core's off. Just get another one of these. Okay, so we do that. Then we shuffle back 3 to make Lady Brilliant. I go 1, 2, a 3. That's 2. Oh, it's actually gonna take 4. Fuck. That's, yeah. We gotta do what we gotta do. We gotta take the Max C challenge. Target 1 card. Okay. And then we go Ruby. We go Aquamarine. We go Prismora. Nibiru. Okay. We still going. Send this to the graveyard. Summon. Can't banish to summon back. Do this. Fusion summon. Make Master Diamond using Tourmaline, this, and this guy. Master Diamond big. 4,200. I can't banish, god damn it. So I can't even use the Master Diamond effect. Yeah, 1 second. We're gonna do this. Crash. Oh, that doesn't work. Yep, unfortunately. I couldn't play through the Nibiru, or the Maxi into Lancia Nibiru. I do still control a fusion. We're not dead. We do also have the biggest fucking Nibiru known to man. Yeah, and where is it? It's this guy. When your Gem Knight Fusion is destroyed by battle, you could summon this card from the graveyard. Yeah, I basically just have to save this for anything that would remove Master Diamond. If they remove it without destroying it by battle, I have to be able to stop that. Yeah. I have to allow it. Token gone. Yeah, I think we have to. And now I'm even larger. Oh, they can just fusion summon with what's on the field. Master Diamond stands alone. Oh. Well, fuck. Yeah, I should have saved it for that, I suppose, chat. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, what could they have honestly summoned off of this? Like, they could have gotten Desiree, and Desiree would have been big, but I didn't have any effects on the field to negate. You know, they would have Desiree'd. It might have gotten bigger, and then what? They run over Master Diamond. I get the Diamond Dispersion out. And then as soon as we get to the battle, or the main phase, I contribute it to get 3 things back. I should not have listened to chat. Because Desiree would not have been able to out the Master Diamond. I should have done what I originally said I was going to do, which was wait for something that can destroy us other than battle and negate that. Just the red reboot. When it's good, chat, but lots of times it ain't good. Well, in this case, chat, it might be good. Unfortunately, Quartz is useless because they have no monsters. Yeah, we start with this. Send the fusion. Maxi every time. Go for Nephirim. Nephirim search. Imperm. I mean, might as well, right? I don't want to be negated. Cease your negations! Another one. We go for this. Yeah, we're just gonna normal summon again. Because why not? And we just gotta find the fastest way to OTK. Which I think is Phantom Quartz. We got an Ash. If you got an Ash here, that would be pretty useful. I could negate it. I won't, though. Yeah, okay. Ash used there, that's fine. I was honestly just going to get a superfluous, like, dispersion, which I don't need. Yeah, fusion summon. What do they have? Like a Book of Moon or something? Called by Hollow Core. Okay, so now if they have Nibiru, there's no way I can play through it. But if they don't have Nibiru, I think this is just it. Yeah. Do I want to add anything back to hand? Oh yeah, I guess I'll get my banished card back. Oh, I guess I can't. Okay. And then we just go for all the, like, biggest ones, right? We get Ruby. We get Tourmaline. We get Lady Rose. And that's just 99.50? Yeah, let's go in. Okay. There we go. When the judgment was solemn. When the Red gets rebooted. I didn't like the reboot of Red. I like the original one with Bruce Willis. Huh. Ryzeals. Must have been a bad hand. Oh, someone's about to rank up. Let's see if we can stop them. Okay, good. For a second, with how long the waiting, I'm like, don't make me go first. I don't want to go first. Ooh, the leaves. Got a pretty good hand. Let's wait to see what Yoshi does. Place one Diabell Star. Okay. Add one Diabell Star. Okay. Oh yeah, that's legal still. Is loving Jesus legal yet? I guess this is their island, chat. Ooh, Snake Eyes, how retro! Oh yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. The flame beige. Look at how many brilliant fusions I got, chat. Brilliant. Well, you taking my fucking guy? Why are you putting that in my spell trap zone? You think I'm on pendulums? Think I'm gonna pendulum summon? This seems like a bad move. It's in case you draw in perm. I see, I see. I mean, I have enough stuff now. I'll just wait for the fusion summon. Make them think I drew Nibiru. Hey, there we go. Nah. I'll just let them know I got an Ephraim too. Like, yeah, I'm playing Gem Knights. Sure. And the Maxi. Yeah, I guess we just send off one of these. Yeah, I guess I just get a quartz. I think they may be coping in a big way. Yeah, I think at this point we just turn off Chain. And like, you know, if they make an Appaloosa or something, we just save the orange light for that. Okay. Promethean. Are they trying to deck me out or something? The thing is, we're only under Fua, so like, they literally can't. They don't have enough cards in the extra deck to deck me out. If this had been Maxi, maybe they could. Hard once per turn, though. To be fair, if they consolidate this all into, like, an Appaloosa, then I do have to shuffle a bunch of cards back. Okay. The number of cards your opponent controls plus 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I only get 13 cards. Fair and balanced! Yeah, let's just start with this. Whoa! Not today, buddy. Unless you got another one of those. Like, I don't want to draw Imperm next turn. Just destroy it. Just get out of here. What were they saving? Nothing. I don't know why they even activated that. That was weird. Okay. I'm getting, like, decision paralysis. I think what we do... I think we start with Scatter Fusion. See if they've got an Ash or something here. And if not, then it's really just game. Sure. Yeah, we're just gonna make Lady Rose. We're gonna send a Garnet and one of you. No, I don't want to activate anything, add anything back. Yeah. We're gonna stop that. Sure. Let's see. I'm gonna send off this. We're gonna send off one of these. We're gonna send off the other one of these. And yeah, I guess we're gonna send off this. Okay. I want to save that for a hand trap. This is effect, yeah. What if you didn't exist? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so you're negated, you're negated, you're negated, and you're negated. That was a long-ass chain. Anyway, let's make sure you got nothing in your hand that I have to worry about. Ah, okay. Yeah, just get rid of that. Anyway, Brilliant Fusion. Let's make this guy. So this, discard the Hollow Core, summon itself. This, add the Hollow Core back to hee hee. Grab a Dispersion, just cuz. And yeah, this is like over. We're just gonna get all the big boys. Me and the boys are coming down to your house to wreck up the place. They need 2,500 on the field. They can't activate it this turn, though, can they? Oh, yeah, they're under a red reboot anyway. Let's go for Lady Brilliant. You. Plus, do I have any cards left? I only have one Gem Knight left in my deck. I have to use Gem Knights in my hand. Let's put that back in your hand. So, Master Diamond, we're gonna get Tourmaline. Ruby is going to tribute off the Nephirim. Battle phase. You're negated, right? Yeah, that doesn't put stuff into the graveyard as cost. 28. Yeah, you're negated, right? Continue the attack? Yeah, I think I will. 18. Go, Ruby! Get the absolute overkill! I was like, wow, this deck is so powerful. And I forgot I did draw like 12 cards off the Molcharmy. Because they decided to just like, they're like, fuck it, you know, we're gonna summon as many things as we possibly can. Going for the Max C challenge. Or to be fair, it's the Charmy challenge. I'm curious, oh, this isn't their deck. I think we show that one just because the incredible chain links. Even though it did, oh, okay. What the fuck? They're on Regenesis. They've got Fire Kings in here. They've got Bestials. They were on everything. One Foolos, one Meows, any more is Bricky. Yeah, I was like, huh, Dragon's Mind in Snake Eye. I guess it makes sense because, what's his name? The big dragon, the Felgrand does have 2,500 defense, but no, they were playing Genesis with this. I guess they didn't draw any of the Genesis stuff. The thing is, if you're playing Genesis, and your opponent hits you with a Molcharmy or a Maxi, you kind of just laugh and like set some cards and be like, okay, I'll play during your turn, or you play Floodgates or whatever. And I guess they didn't get to that part, or they didn't have any way to bridge into it. Just weird, just a big old pile that didn't work out very well. 4, 38, duel, 13. Wait, was Gem Knights the previous duel? No. No, it wasn't that one either. Yeah, this was the Gem Knight. So I have that as duel number 12, which means I haven't... Oh wait, no, this would be duel number 12. This 12, 13, 14, 15? Yeah, okay. I just don't know how to do math properly. Snake Eyes. 2 Ash, 1 Droll. Report. My opponent is a scrub. Okay, we'll go until we lose, chat. I almost said go first. I'm so used to it. Charmies are good for the game. They are. Maybe not good for the game. They're better for the game than Max E, that's for sure. Okay, 45 card deck. Looks like Tearlament. We have no hand traps or anything. We did draw Garnet. But fortunately, in this case, right, like, 1, Garnet is a normal summon. 2, Garnet can be sent off of Droplet so that we have a monster. And they are also playing Gem Knights in this tier limit list. So they send those two. Nephirim send the Lurie. Does that trigger the... yeah, because it's sent by effect, right? Kid Kalos. Kid Kalos. And then they can add one. Oh, are they actually playing... They're playing Quartz. Yeah, why would... Wait, no. Quartz doesn't do anything on the first turn. Because you can't get Brilliant Fusion unless your opponent has a monster. Also, it didn't trigger the Lurie. Either that or they just didn't want to activate it. Lurie is mandatory. They have to have triggered it if possible. Oh, I guess it does give you another normal summon, and now you have 2 4s, so you can make, I don't know, something. Everything's like something, man. Dugaris the Timeless! A U card, if ever there was one. This is going to be a bit of a struggle, chat. They got a counter trap. I need to get the red reboot. Pardon me. Okay, real bad hours. Flippy bats. It was sent and not discarded. I see, I see. Yeah, it's weird. We were planning before. We're like, oh, you know, we should set up a whole thing of karaoke because we have to wait through everyone's turns, and it hasn't really been the case. But now we need to bring back the karaoke. Except I don't have a particular song in my heart at the moment, chat. It's always reminded me of Hollow Knight music. That particular flute. Bat to hit monitor. Do 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 do. They call me Dr. Worm. Good morning, how are you? I'm Dr. Worm. I'm interested in things. I'm not a real doctor, but I am a real worm. I am an actual worm. I live like a worm, and I like to play the drums. I think I'm getting good, but I can handle criticism. I'll show you what I know, and you can tell me if you think I'm getting better on the drums. I'll leave the door unlocked, 'cause I can't hear the doorbell. Dun 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 dun. I guess I might as well, right? When I get into it, I can't tell if you are watching me twirling the stick. When I give the signal, my pal Revival will play the solo. Oh, I still gotta send. That sucks. Someday somebody else besides me will call me by my stage name. They will call me Dr. Worm. Good morning, how are you? I'm Dr. Worm. I'm interested in things. I'm not a real doctor, but I am a real worm. I am an actual worm. I live like a worm, and I like to play the drums. I think I'm getting good, but I can handle criticism. And now it's our turn. They couldn't even last the whole song. Alright. So they got a counter trap. And they got Appaloosa. That ain't so bad. Let's start with the scatter fusion. Scatter! Plus an unknown, plus some number of cards in their hand. Okay. Let's activate this. Yeah, I think we activate this now. And we send off this. And we confirm. See if that baits out the thing. I don't want to use too many because they have the crime. So they negate that with the crime. They send the haveness, unfortunately. They get that. Oh, and they can send that. I see, I see. Haveness activates. Hit Kalos. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm just not sure if there's any way we can get over this Appaloosa and everything else. Especially now that they have a shuffler. They're doing the truffle shuffle. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna Brilliant Fusion. And as tempting as it is to make the... Like, if we make this, they just negate it. I think we have to go for the Lady Rose and then try to do stuff with the graveyard. Yeah. Okay. So Lady Rose, we send you, and we send you. We go here. We try to activate Quartz to add back this, because we don't want to discard the Hollow Core. They will try to shuffle everything. And we will be like, no, 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 you cannot shuffle. I will banish the quartz to destroy the Appaloosa. They chain Appaloosa. But what they don't know is that this is not once per turn. So I will banish this. Blow up the Appaloosa. Target one monster your opponent controls, change it face down. That, I think, does ruin things? Maybe. Will we have any other Gem Knights left in the graveyard? Oh, we do have one more left. Although now they're going to be able to do this. Rhino Heart, discard a tier cash. Go slot machine. I wonder why they bothered to summon that. Shuffle that back. Yeah, and I think that's about it, unfortunately. If they hadn't done exactly that, then I could have fusion summoned even though I had the face down card. As it stands, they have everything. They can just Fiendsmith combo next time. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I didn't realize that the, So get this card is sent. You could send one card from your hand to your graveyard, and if you do, summon that. Yeah. So you still have to, even if they shuffle this back into the deck, I still have to send for no effect. If I didn't have to do that, I might be better off. But we did pretty good for the first day, chat. Next time, maybe we take out the, I don't know, if we take out the Herald of Orange Lights, do we just play more draw cards? Do we take out the Garnet to, it's like, that'll be like, okay, time to be serious. We're going to really upgrade this deck and make it optimized. Now we're ready to jump in. Are we saving a Shadal's for a specific time? Yeah, after we get to Master 1. I really don't get the Shadal's are just like, yeah, if you go second, and you get Shadal Fusion, it's just another, like, must negate thing, and if they don't, then it gives us, like, stuff to pop the back row, but we're already playing Red Reboot and Lightning Storm and Feather Duster. It doesn't really do anything. It's not even like it gives us access to, like, cool new plays. It's just like, yeah, you can activate Shadal Fusion while you're at it. I'll have to think. There's got to be like another fun go second tech that people aren't using or that we could use. Something like Metaltronus or maybe play some Kaijus. Kaijus might be fun. It's a starter and a board breaker. Yeah. I guess if we take out the fucking heralds. It's not really a board breaker because all it does is pop one back row, right? Like. Like you send dragon and pop a card. Or not dragon. Yeah, dragon. The Earth Shaddoll negates. If this card is sent to the graveyard, target an effect monster, neither player can activate. Okay. So you send Genius and Dragon, but what does that make? It doesn't make this. You'd have to make Shekanaga. But Shek don't do anything unless you have Shaddolls in hand. Where the heck is Shek? Oh, there she is. Yeah, Shaddoll and Earth. Or I guess you could make... Or you send a Shaddoll and... Yeah, it would have to be an Earth. I guess you send a Shaddoll and Nephirim. And then summon this back. Okay, so you play one Genius, you play one Dragon that becomes Garnets. You play 3 Shaddoll Fusion. And then you activate it, and you can send Genius and Nephirim to get Construct. And then Construct will send Dragon, so you get to pop a card, negate a monster, and when Nephirim gets sent to the graveyard, you can discard a card to summon it and then get your play starters or whatever. Construct sends the other, yeah. So you add in 2 more Garnets, but you get the ability to negate a monster and pop a card if your opponent lets it resolve. The big thing is, and you get a starter, but you have to discard a card from hand. And I guess if worse comes to worse, you can just make it. Wait, why did I copy this one? There's always room for more Garnets. No Royal Shaddoll fusions. Yeah, so I guess I could try it. That's just all it is? Again, it kind of feels like it's either like win more. It feels win more. Because it's like, yeah, if they don't negate that, then you get a bunch of stuff, but like, they will negate it, right? And then like, if you activate that and you have the Shaddols in hand or whatever, or if all you got, if you're only starter, like, if I open like Brilliant Fusion, triple tack, Charmy, Shaddol Dragon, and I'm like, that could have been another board. Well, I guess in that case I'm dead anyway, regardless of what I draw if it was another board breaker, because I can't draw another starter really. But yeah, we can discuss that next time. I mean, it won't be until Tuesday. I might play a little over the weekend. We'll see. This deck is fun. It ain't that fun, but it's fun. For now, I think I'm going to get going. We are the number 2 Master Duel streamer. Someone else is number 1. I've never heard of them before. I wonder if they're like one of those generic streamers who's just decided to play Yu-Gi-Oh! You could discard a Shaddol off the Neff graveyard effect. Yeah. It's not completely without synergies. Just the synergies are usually better. Alright, what was that sentence? It's not completely without synergies, but they're just like small little tweaks. They're not going to make a huge difference. But we could try it out. If nothing else, then people will keep asking, or we'll stop asking or whatever. For now, though, I think I'm done. Tomorrow, we will be playing Master Duel Masochist. So if you like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Content, but would like to see something other than competitive, you can come out for that. If you do like the competitive, we'll be back at Gem Nights on Tuesday. I stream this kind of stuff, the ladder climbs, every Tuesday and Thursday. We'll be doing Gem Nights for the next 3.5 weeks. So pretty much all through the month of October. It'll be fun, spooky times. Spooky gems, ooh. What's scarier than artificial scarcity? Ooh. I actually don't know if diamonds are artificially scarce or if that was just like a conspiracy theory. But I heard that like some company had basically found like a mine in Australia that has like so many diamonds, and they've just basically been like not mining them and purposely holding them back to keep the price of diamonds inflated. Like, it seems like something that could easily happen. But it also seems like something that people would make up to just be like, yeah, this company is bad. Which is weird. It's like, you don't need to make up reasons for companies to be bad. They're already bad. I guess a lot of them are just bad in like very mundane ways that people kind of already associate with. At Hardleg Gaming. Why are you tagging me for no reason? There are multiple warehouses full of diamonds. Well, I mean, if you say it, it must be true. But yeah, that's what I had heard. I guess we'll find out, though. Or not, I guess we won't find out. You can tell I'm getting tired. I'm like near the end of the day. I'm just like saying phrases that are normal canned responses to other things, even though they have no reference to what we're doing. There was one other thing I was supposed to say. Oh yeah. If you really like the stream, if you like the content, especially if you're like already subscribed to the YouTube and everything, consider joining the Patreon if you haven't already. There's a pinned message by // patreon.com/hardleggaming. Even $1 I would appreciate. It's not a lot. Obviously, if you can give $2 or $5, that'd be better. But, you know, every dollar helps. Every little bit sort of adds up over time. And, you know, 90% of my fans don't give any money at all. So even if you do that, it's one of those things, right, where it's like if you give $1, you're in like the 1% of people who have helped Hardleg directly. It don't take much to reach that 1% when like 99% don't give anything. Or they just watch the videos or like the videos or whatever, which is still helpful. But it ain't $1. More importantly though, if you join for $1, you can join my patrons only Discord, which is like a fun little hangout place. Specifically, though, this weekend, we are doing a Patreon hangout. We do one of these once a month where we play like party games. Sometimes I do special streams. I think this month we might try to watch some like spooky movies. Maybe like John Carpenter's Halloween or John Carpenter's The Thing. Or maybe we could just watch some like analog horror shit on YouTube. I could also play like a horror game. I'm sure there's horror games out there that have come out like this year or whatever. 9 Bells I've heard is pretty good. We could just do the horror of trying to go infinite on Balatro. Infinity's kind of scary. It's spooky time. The Shining movie. I've never actually seen it. I liked the book. But I heard the book... I've heard the book is nothing like the movie. And also, it's one of the things... I read the book. And I was like, okay, so where's the elevator full of blood? I've seen that. That's like a common image. Okay, it's not actually on there. Okay, what about the twins that are like... Join us forever and ever. Okay, that's not in the book either. What about Here's Johnny? No, that's... Okay, he doesn't actually use an axe at all. The all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, where he types it over and over and then like scribble. No, that's not in the book either. That's all made... Everything you know that's scary and iconic from The Shining comes from the movie. Which might make you think like, oh, the book's actually not scary. No, I'd argue the book is scarier. But it's scary in a way that like is hard to translate into film. It's just scary in a completely different way. Playing, no, I'm not a human. Yeah, that might be a fun. I've heard much about that. That seems interesting. We can have a poll to see what people want to think, want to do. And if nothing else, we'll be playing Broken Picture Phone and Jackbox. Stuff like that.